Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act, and on the amendment of Ms. Gladly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to everyone here in the House. First of all, before I start my remarks about this very important subject matter, I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to pay tribute to the men and women who have served our country with bravery, dignity, and honour, and to those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice at home and abroad to protect our freedoms and our way of life that Canadians enjoy. On Remembrance Day, I'll be home in my riding, as I'm guessing most of the members here will be, to pay my respects to all the veterans who have served this country well. The people of Kenora riding will never forget their sacrifices, nor will I. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's, as wars get further and further away, it's easy to forget. But I think it's important for all of us to play a role in making sure that that doesn't happen. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today as the representative for the Kenora riding to speak on the Enhanced Canada Pension Plan. Over a year ago, we committed to helping Canadians secure financial stability in retirement, and we are now making that promise a reality. For the first time in a generation, we are making changes to the Canada Pension Plan that will greatly reward those who have worked hard throughout their lifetime. So I'm very proud of how we've worked to fulfill this promise, Mr. Speaker, because those of us who were just completing the last campaign will know that it was a very important part of our discussion during the election campaign. So the Minister of Finance and his provincial counterparts have worked diligently and collaboratively to see this project through. They should be enthusiastically commended for their work. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we forget the importance of pension plans because we get busy in this place and we assume that Canadians are wealthy, one of the most wealthy countries on earth, quite frankly, a great quality of life, great standard of living. But we forget as well that that was the previous generation's work. And so this generation has to continue to focus its attention on the importance of making sure that people, when they do retire in their old age, have the kind of quality and security that this country so much values. I just want to give you an example of why this is important as well economically, because people tend to see this as, at least on the other side of the House, on occasion as a tax, and they expect that, that it has an impact on Canada's economy. Here's some examples of a study by the Boston Consulting Group. It's a little bit dated, but it's a good example. It was done in 2012, and it found that on average, 14 cents of every dollar of income in Ontario and Ontario's communities come from pensions. It found that in northern communities, like places like Elliott Lake, those benefits that are pensions are 37% of their economy. In Ontario, 7% of all income in our towns and cities, or $27 billion, is derived from defined benefit pensions. Mr. Speaker, just an example of why this is such an important debate. Not only is it security for seniors, but it also is a very large part of our economy. And we forget sometimes in places like the city of Kenora, the city of Dryden, the communities in Sioux Lookout, there's a large economy that's generated by pensions that people received in the previous generation. So we are making great strides. In early October, we saw British Columbia sign on, making a total of 9 provinces in this agreement. From coast to coast to coast, the provinces are realizing what an asset this will be for the over 11 million Canadians who currently do not have a workplace pension plan. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak today about pensions because I'm concerned about the looming crisis that's going to occur in this country if we continue to let the private sector erode pension plans in the private sector to the point that the next generation may have virtually no pension except for CPP. Now, in the previous generation, it seemed that they understood the importance of that process in the private sector. Now it's moving away. Everybody talks about defined benefits in a certain way and that reducing the risk for business, but nobody seems to talk about the effects of that worker, that man, that woman who's a blue-collar worker who expects that at the end of a lifetime of work, they will have the opportunity to live a good quality of life. And so I think we need to broaden this discussion, not just about the role of the Government of Canada, but the role of the private sector. I come from an industry and in my region where pulp mills, paper mills, sawmills, railroads, mining companies all had very decent pensions for the retired workforce. Now we're starting to see that become eroded. And I'm concerned about what that may look like, Mr. Speaker, maybe when we're gone, but it could be 20, 30 years down the road. But I think we have to think about the long-term future of our young people and what that would mean to Canada as a society. When you have instability, when you have risk, when you have concerns about not just where your next job will come from, but the abilities to live out your retirement years, people tend to be a lot more aggressive about how their government should react. They tend to swing far to the right or far to the left. The fact that we've been successful as a nation is because we have given that kind of security to men and women right across the country. And so I want people to think about that as we work our way through as governments and other governments right across the country. And so I'm very pleased to see that the Government of Canada, through the Minister of Finance and the provincial governments, see the importance of the enhancement of the Canada Pension Plan. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot more to it than that. Dignity is about security, and so we have to keep in mind that that's what this is all about. In my riding of Kenora, I've heard from many of my constituents, both young and old, who fear they may not have enough savings to retire in dignity, and I think it's going to be a continuation of the debate, election after election, till we deal with it in a comprehensive way. Mr. Speaker, in the short time that I have, I wanted to commend the Minister and the government, but I also want to encourage the government to send the right messages to the private sector, that they have a role to play. Yes, of course, we signaled that by taxing, as we put it, the rich in the last election, that they could give more. Those people that we're speaking about are people who have major corporations, major businesses, are doing quite well in society, and they have to give back, and that is a part of that is a pension plan that Canadians can rely on. Deserving a decent pension at the end of our careers is something that we should guarantee not just in the public sector, but in the private sector as well. We know that Canadians are compassionate, but at the same time as we are watching the discussions internationally about trade deals, we're not thinking about what that may mean eventually in Canada of how we support or not support trade deals if the benefits of trade deals don't move through the system to the blue-collar worker and the average Canadian. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind both the government and other governments that Canada has always led the way in making sure that the quality of life for Canadians is there. So, Mr. Speaker, the overwhelming support of public pensions, as we know, is about 75% of the changes that were made. And so when you think about that, Canadians are ahead of us in their views of what exactly should be done compared to what we hear sometimes by others. The effects of these enhancements will not only be felt by seniors and families, but also young Canadians, Mr. Speaker, in the future and when they enter the workforce. So, in closing, Mr. Speaker, simply put, I believe that after a lifetime of hard work, all Canadians deserve a secure and dignified retirement. It is because of these types of programs developed throughout our history and our continuing commitment to social fairness that we have helped make Canada what it is today, one of the best places to live in the world, and I hope we can keep it that way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Our political view when it comes to the CPP is very simple. We want to give Canadians the tools they need to make the choices that are right for them, with tools like TFSAs. How can the member explain that the steps in this bill, taking $1,000 more out of people's pockets, in other words, taxing $1,000 more per worker, per company, how is that going to help the Canadian economy when the finance minister published an internal note saying that this would be harmful for employment for 20 years? Now, a member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I go back to my opening comments about the differences in this place. I understand the Conservative Party's view that somehow if you just give every Canadian the opportunity to save for themselves, that it'll get done. Well, we know, Mr. Speaker, that most Canadians in society live paycheck by paycheck and don't have the kind of savings that is being promoted on the other side. That every day they manage to get their kids off to school, to pay for some of the things that the kids do. They don't get anywhere near where they think they need to go. But the reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, there has to be a way to help Canadians save for their retirement. That's why the benefits of private pension plans have always been useful at work, because it comes off your paycheck. You know it's going to come off, and that's the way it works. Same with the Canada Pension. It's a way of saving for your retirement. Now, does it have an impact on the economy? As I mentioned earlier, in fact, it has a positive impact on the economy. If $27 billion a year, at the very least, goes into Ontario's economy through a pension plan, and that goes to to people to have dollars to spend, to go to the grocery store, to go buy things at small business, that's a positive thing, and no one in this place can tell us otherwise. And so I see it as a win-win for all of Canada. And if we keep going down the road that this member and that party suggest, we will have difficulty in Canada, because people will not be secure in their pension style and their quality of life, and they will demand that we change that. And I suspect what the Member of Parliament is basically saying to us, Mr. Speaker, is somehow we should just let people at their own device and they'll figure it all out. I don't believe that's possible.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that underlies the entire CPP system is the fact that you have a job and that you're making income. If you're not making any income, you cannot even contribute to CPP, and then when you retire, there will be no CPP for you. So my question to the member is in this time of difficult to get a job, the increase in CPP is making it even more difficult for people to hire people. Why would you bring this at this time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's a line that the Conservative Party uses almost every time we want to improve the social programs for Canadians. I've heard this so many times, it's like a broken record, that this isn't the right time, meaning we're not totally opposed to it, but they can't do it today. It continues to be the broken record that they use. The reality of it, Mr. Speaker, good policy should not wait when the economy is where some Conservative thinks it should be. In fact, when there are difficult times, those are the times to invest in infrastructure and development of our economy. Those are the times to bring more security to Canadians so that they can prosper and grow. So I don't buy the argument that somehow we're always in a difficult financial situation or our economy is struggling. Now, the economy does struggle when Conservatives are in power. That's true because I've seen it over the last 30 years. But I can assure you, it'll change when the Liberal Party has some time to fix some of the problems that these guys have put in place. Because the last time I was here, in 1988, and then we came in power in 93, Mr. Speaker. It took us 3 years for this party and that government under Mr. Chrétien to sort out the mess, get rid of all the debt and all the issues, and then build an economy that was at 3.5% to 3.8% every year. So it's going to take us a little while, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-26. Mr. Speaker, I want to first acknowledge that yesterday the Prime Minister held another news conference to celebrate his first year in office. While I'm sure Canadians are getting a bit tired of the Prime Minister's endless PR stunts, it's even getting more frustrating that he's celebrating a record that's hurting Canadians. And let's talk about that record. Widespread job losses, massive tax hikes, more debt, higher deficits, no plan. It's not a rosy picture. Which is why I, along with my colleagues on this side of the House, I'm a little surprised that the Liberal solution to high taxes is yet another tax hike. But it's okay. They'll call this one a CPP expansion, hide the details, and maybe Canadians will let it go. The government seems to be selling us a line from the hit Dire Straits song, Money for Nothing. But there is no money for nothing. This tax hike will cost jobs, wage growth, and GDP growth. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business projects that by 2020, total employment in Canada will have dropped roughly 110,000 jobs because of the CPP expansion and higher tax. Two-thirds of small businesses surveyed indicate they would cut hours and wages to offset this tax hike. 1 out of every 3 are looking at layoffs to offset it. The hike is also forecast to move wages lower by 0.8%. Every time the Finance Minister stands in this House, he talks of the low-growth economy. He forgets to mention his own Finance Department says this CPP tax expansion will shrink the economy. Mr. Speaker, we stand opposed to all wasteful tax hikes designed to fund this Liberal government's continued expansion. And this CPP tax hike is no exception. In fact, it's worse, and let me tell you why. There are several problems with the CPP tax hike besides killing jobs and stifling growth. First, quite ironically, it cancels out the Prime Minister's much-beloved middle-class tax relief. Remember the 1.5% Canadians were supposed to see back? Well, shockingly, this government decided that maybe it likes having more money to take limos, have expensive meals, and take pretty pictures in exotic locales. So they designed a tax hike that will take away that tax relief. There's one thing this government never seems to realize. Government cannot give what they haven't already taken from you. Now let's consider Martha and Henry. They're both middle class, wage earners, work hard, pay their taxes. Tired of being slammed with the new Liberal taxes and a slow growth economy, Martha and Henry diligently save part of their paycheck every month. They can't take another hit. However, because this government has priorities that are out of touch with Canadians, Martha and Henry can now see up to $2,200 more deducted every year, wiping out the meager 1.5% saved with the much-vaunted middle-class tax cut. Now, keep in mind, neither Martha nor Henry will see any of this money back for an extra 40 years. Mr. Speaker, the government will tell you that's okay, because at least Martha and Henry will have something to show at the end. The problem is that this government assumes Canadians have no idea how to manage their extra money.
Government knows best.
Exactly. Where could the extra money have gone? Well, let me tell you about that, because it leads directly to the next problem with the CPP tax hike. The CPP as an investment vehicle is weak. According to the Fraser Institute, the average return, long-term on investment for a Canada bond, is 3.5%. The return on investment for Martha and Henry CPP investment on the new expansion, 2.5%. That's right, Mr. Speaker, 2.5%, barely enough to cover inflation. This is not exactly ideal because the CPP will need to cover far more than just inflation as more Canadians move into retirement over the next several years. Or what's more likely is that this government will simply come back hand in hand in the future and demand more money from Canadians to cover the shortfall. Why does CPP have such mediocre returns? Among a host of reasons, primary ones are high fees for asset management. Andrew Coyne of the National Post comments of a gathering momentum of more staff, higher pay, and rising operational expenses. And he concludes, all for no appreciable payoff for Canadians. More worrying because the Finance Minister is looking for cash to have a strong tendency to lean on pension funds as a source of investment for infrastructure projects. The CPP earns even lower returns now. The tendency was confirmed by the Finance Minister's own Economic Advisory Council, who stated repeatedly that pension funds should be looked at as a source of untapped potential for infrastructure by government. This approach undermines the independence necessary for a fund to be truly profitable and provide meaningful returns. Without that independence, with constant interference from the finance minister to fund whatever project his government seems fit on a given day, they undermine the ability for pension funds to garner higher returns, hence 2.5%. It's fairly clear the government wants more cash, and the CPP tax hike is the way they're going to get it. Now, I know what you're thinking, Mr. Speaker. Martha makes a decent wage. Couldn't she just move a little more of her income into such fantastic and well-received investment vehicles like a TFSA? Sure, she could. But the same Fraser Institute, those pesky policy wonks, studied hard and found for every dollar increase in CPP contribution, private savings are reduced by 90 cents, fully 90%. This is a winning formula, Mr. Speaker, and misleads Canadians on the benefits of CPP. Speaking of misleading, the next problem is that with this hike is that Canadians are rapidly finding out the finance minister is selling them a bill of goods. The finance minister wants to help the vulnerable, and this is a good goal, a worthy goal. This goal will not be accomplished by a CPP hike, and here's why. First, CPP only pays those who pay into it. If I died tomorrow, applause, my wife would not receive my CPP pension. If I invested this money into something smart, like those fantastic TFSAs I mentioned earlier, my wife and kids would have a tidy sum to walk away with.
Absolutely.
But because CPP has punishing rules for survivors' pension, my wife would receive 60% of the CPP at best. If she collects CPP on her own, she would receive even less. There are fewer retired Canadians living in poverty now than any point in our history. If Canadians are on a bell curve, our bell is located above the high average. The thing with the bell curves is that they all have a tail on the lower end. But the solution is to help the lower end and is not to move the rest of the bell even lower. Those struggling at the lower end of the table or of the tail need help directly. Lowering the rest of the bell to meet the tail does not help anyone. The shame of this bill and the whole deceit of it is that this added CPP expansion will do nothing to address those seniors living in poverty. It's misleading for the finance minister to tell Canadians that this CPP expansion helps those who need help, because it doesn't. It's simple. You double or triple the CPP payouts, but if you've never paid into it, you get nothing. And the huge amount of our seniors living in poverty are in that position because they, for whatever reason, did not contribute or contributed little to CPP during their working years. Mr. Speaker, we want to help those who need it. We want to help the widowed grandmother struggling to get by on a fixed income, or the stable grandfather trying to make ends meet. We want to help Martha and Henry assure that they're planning for their retirement. We want them to use those TFSAs and RRSPs and invest their savings in a market, because the market earns far more than 2.5%. A simple ETF invested in the Standard & Poor 500 would yield a far greater return and allow Martha and Henry to access their savings at any time. We want to help those who are struggling at the lower end. It's why the previous government expanded the GIS. It's why the previous government expanded the tax-free savings account to $10,000. It's why we introduced income splitting for seniors and why we lowered the mandatory withdrawal rate for registered retirement income funds. These are evidence-based policies that benefit every senior today, and we're proud of our record to help the most vulnerable. We do not believe it's fair for the finance minister to mislead Canadians, raise taxes on workers, and leave the most vulnerable behind. Now, Mr. Speaker, thank you for listening to me, and I would like to move, seconded by the member of Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan, that the amendment be amended by adding after the words "seniors in need" the following, and D, will impede Canadians' ability to save for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's an amendment moved by Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, seconded by Mr. Lukiski, that the amendment be amended by adding, after the words seniors in need, the following: and D will impede Canadians' ability to save for the future. The amendment seems to be in order. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Nova, or West Nova, I'm sorry.
That's right, Speaker. Thank you very much. I listened with interest to my colleague's speech. Every argument and every part of his speech could be used as a rationale for cancelling entirely the Canada Pension Plan. So I wonder if you'd be logically consistent and admit that he would agree that the Canada Pension Plan serves no useful purpose whatsoever and should be scrapped entirely. Thank you very much.
No. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Ludicrous assertion. No one on this side is suggesting that, and I'm embarrassed for you for even asking that. I will say, though, that we on this side want to give Canadians a tool to save for themselves. We believe in Canadians. We believe they know how to raise their families and how to spend their own money. We believe in Canadians and would suggest that side of the House start believing Canadians as well.
Here, here.
Here.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, thank the member for his speech. We come from the same city. And I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the member did not quote any youth organization or, frankly, any seniors organization that endorses their position or their amendment. To the alternative, all of the seniors groups that I, my colleagues, and frankly Liberal government have spoken to endorse improving CPP payments. 1 in 4 seniors are living in poverty. How does he assume that they're going to have a tax-free savings account? If they're struggling already, we're simply going to let them just suffer and not contribute to the economy?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Edmonton for the question. A couple of things. I'll address your first part. If you look at CARP, the Canadian Association of Retired Persons, their comment is they would like to see a small change in CPP, but they want to see poverty addressed through other issues such as a higher GIS. This does not do anything for those seniors living in poverty who do not have access to CPP. So that's first one. Second, TFSAs were massively used by seniors. Taking it away, their ability to save, does not help them one bit. You should be promoting seniors' ability to save more for themselves. Thank you.
I want to remind the honourable members to speak in the third person through the speaker, not directly across. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. I love how he is comparing what the Liberals are doing to songs like Money for Nothing, because I would add to that, all you do is talk, talk, only words, and shameless for starters. But my question is, this CPP benefit is going to take $1,100 out of everybody's pocket and out of small business pockets, and it's not going to benefit anybody for the next 40 years. But I think there's a lot of damage that's going to be done in the interim, and could the member comment on that?
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the question. It is a worrying issue. We have great faith in small business, and the representative for Small Business Canada, the Federation of Independent Business, has stayed very clear. They're very worried. Their members say they are going to cut staff, cut hours, cut wages. The Finance Department's own internal report shows it's going to be devastating losses of over 100,000 jobs. This is not the right way to fix any perceived pension problem. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we've had is an economy and a job market that's been headed downhill and gaining steam for 10 years. 400,000 manufacturing jobs lost. Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce notes that the jobs that were created were, for the most part, part-time and low-quality jobs. Turning that around is not going to be easy, and the momentum change is going to take work that this government is committed to. What does the member say to the point that 60% of the people who work in the private sector right now have no company pension plan? They have no money to be putting into the elite finance TFSAs. What do? Do they simply hold off and let some government in the future deal with the fact that we have Canadians that are badly prepared for retirement that should be the golden years of their life.
For Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out a couple things. We've heard time and time again, Canadians have no extra money to put aside for savings, so therefore the government's going to step in and take more from this non-existent savings they have. A couple of things about this so-called pension crisis. We have great faith in Canadians, and one thing this bill does not address is the fact that for every dollar of the trillions of dollars that's in RSVPs or pensions, there's $3, so there's $9.5 trillion in other assets outside of pensions. So you need to actually take the whole picture, the holistic picture into account before you decide to punish small business and punish low-income workers with this added tax. So that's one issue. The other part is the fact that, again, Canadians have been very successful saving their own money, going and saying, well, you don't have any money now, so therefore the government's going to take it away. It's not going to help. We're making people more reliant on government, and it's not the answer. And I've got a quote here, a great one I found from pension expert Paul Williams. Think about making people more reliant on government. Think of our gang of politicians, Dalton McGuinty, Rob Ford. Think of government projects, the gas plants, the green energy.
Resuming debate. Before we go to resuming debate, I'd like to point out to the honourable members, if they don't mind while they're giving their speeches, just look up once in a while. I'll give you a signal if you've got some time left, because I hate to cut anybody off, but once it goes over a little bit, it kind of gets beyond the point. Just some housekeeping for this morning. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to look up to you. And I'd like to start out, as many of the members have this week, is to give recognition to the veterans in my city, in particular in Edmonton Strathcona. I'll be joining many at Holy Trinity Anglican Church in my riding with the Light Horse Regiment, where we'll have a service and march to the cenotaph. And I look forward to joining Edmontonians in thanking our veterans for their service and remembering those who did not come home. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise also to speak to the reforms proposed in Bill C-26. The pension reforms are a welcome response to the growing pension crisis in Canada. Contrary to what some of the members in the House allege, people are not able to save, and we are in a crisis. We need to support those who move to retirement. My colleagues and I have been calling for these reforms for a considerable amount of time, as have many unions, as have provincial governments and seniors organizations, including CARP. While better was possible and the full benefit will not be felt for 5 decades, the proposed benefit enhancements are a good first step. Challenges will remain for those currently retired or approaching the age of retirement. Today's seniors will not personally benefit from these changes, but as Wade Poziamoza, CARP Director for Policy, has explained, and in quotes, CPP enhancement is important to CARP's membership because they recognize the challenges that young people face today when it comes to savings. With less access to workplace pension plans, a CPP that meets the needs of Canadians today is so crucial, end of quotes. The federal and provincial governments are to be commended for having reached the agreement that led to this bill. I'm pleased that the Government of Alberta was among the first to support this critical step forward, contrary to the case with previous governments of our province. As has been pointed out by previous speakers on the bill, fewer and fewer Canadians are being provided access to workplace pension plans. And where pension plans are provided, they are in many instances offering reduced retirement security. Additionally, with younger workers increasingly likely to change their jobs many times over their lifetime, and with many, indeed, as my colleague from Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Aski has pointed out in this place, facing precarious work, the need for secure and adequate public pensions is becoming increasingly important. Only about a third of those eligible to do so actually contribute to RRSPs. It's clear that Canadians need support in saving for retirement, and this is not because they are profligate or irresponsible. Young families have to prioritize paying for rent or, if fortunate, a mortgage, paying down substantial and growing student debt, and simply putting food on the table. And later in life, they may be faced with helping cover significant and growing education costs for their children and retirement needs of their own parents. The Canada Pension Plan has proved to be a reliable and safe way to save for retirement. Why would we not use it as a mechanism to ensure retirement with dignity for future generations? Concerns have been raised by some about the additional costs to employees and employers of increased contributions to CPP. But the concerns about cost to small business, with the cost to small business, we're still awaiting the promise, the long promise, frankly, by both the Conservatives and Liberals, of reduced taxes to small business. The economy has taken a hit recently, particularly in my own province, yet the contribution of seniors to the economy remains essential to all our communities, in particular to small and medium-sized independent businesses, of which my own riding of Edmonton-Strathcona has so many. We need future retirees to be sufficiently economically secure to ensure economic health in the future. The most cost-effective way to do that is enhance CPP and QPP. CARP has been among those who have pointed out that the proposals in C26 only go partway towards a full solution of the problems we face in ensuring retirement dignity for all Canadians. It's estimated that we need about 70% of our income at retirement to maintain our standard of living. Currently, CPP and OAS together bring us to about 40% of that. The changes in C26 increase that only to 50%, meaning Canadians will still need to have some kind of workplace or private pension plan to stay ahead or ability to save. According to a recent Stats Canada report, currently about 12% or 600,000 seniors in Canada live in poverty. This includes more than 1 in 4 seniors, most of whom are women. In my constituency office, we hear from many facing the challenges of insufficient income to pay for the basics of life. This is especially true for those reliant solely on OAS and GIS. Many of those eligible for those benefits are not accessing it because they're either unaware of those benefits or they don't know how to apply. The question I wish to put to the government is this: why should seniors have to apply for these payments? Why not issue them automatically to those in need, as is the case with GST credits? We're also discovering that while checking on applications for constituents, that the processing times for OAS and GIS have exploded. It's now 6 to 8 months, whether or not you applied before you turn 65 or after. In some cases, they wait a year. In the meantime, the applicants are relying on nothing at all, bare cupboards. It's important to recognize few seniors are actually receiving the maximum CPP benefits, meager as they are. If they have some RRSPs and decide to cash them in to get by while waiting for OAS or GIS to kick in, they may be penalized the following year by having their GIS clawed back. We need to end this GIS clawback. Among the reasons our offices hear from so many seniors is that it's almost impossible for them to contact a government department employee to discuss their issues. While it may be efficient to have everything online, it doesn't suit everyone or every situation. Even at Service Canada offices, it's difficult for people to find someone who has access to the files. It's pitiful that seniors can't call and talk to a real person over the phone about their pensions. Mr. Speaker, we've waited a long time for the reforms contained in C26. Let's make sure we take this important step towards ensuring retirement security for the people we represent. Let it not be the last time we look at the issue of pensions or support for seniors in this place. It's time to ensure greater availability of affordable senior housing and care, including home care, palliative care, and pharmacare. Canadian seniors should not live in poverty. It's our responsibility to make sure they don't.
Here, here. Well.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciated the member for Edmonton-Strathcona's speech. It's a very good speech. And the NDP is always very good at bringing forward interesting ideas, and I like hearing about them. But I know that the Liberals have come with a good balance when the Conservatives say we have gone way too far, and the NDP say we are not going far enough. I think it's the perfect happy medium yet again. So the member would like to comment on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Edmonton-Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, simply astounding.
Yeah, really.
I'm sorry, when it comes to Canadian seniors, a happy medium just isn't good enough.
Here, here.
Every senior should have the right to retire in dignity.
Yes.
All we're saying is, yes, we appreciate a little bit of increase in CPP, but let's take these actions we're recommending on making GIS and OAS readily available, and let's finally act on palliative care, home care, and retiring in dignity.
Yes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech on the topic here. One of the things she mentioned right off the top was that young people today are not able to save. And so my question to her would be, they're not able to save because they, in some cases, don't have a job or they're not making enough money. So my question to her is, why does she think that we should be taking more money from them when they're not able to save, rather than working to make sure that the economy is flourishing, so that, as she well knows, in a hot economy in Alberta, we typically make much more than the rest of the country. If we can get the economy rolling again, would the ability to save come back? Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, it's not just the young people that would be contributing to a better CP at their time of retirement. We're all going to be contributing. I'm happy to contribute more so that my niece can retire in dignity at her time. It'll be, the deductions are proportional to what you're earning. Frankly, we need greater action so that not just young people, but so many in my province and across the country are relying on precarious work.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her wonderful speech. We have long advocated for increases to the GIS in the NDP, and while we were thankful to see that 10% increase recently, there's still much more that needs to be done. We all know that the GIS depends on tax revenues, but some of the arguments I hear from the Conservatives are that they want to increase the TFSA, which is going to have an impact on future revenues upon which the GIS depends. So we're going to increase the guaranteed income supplement but take away the revenues it depends on. I'd just like to hear her comments on that inconsistent argument.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his intelligent question. I think it answers itself. First of all, very few Canadians can actually contribute to tax-free savings account. Those of us who are well paid, we're fortunate that we can contribute. I'm pleased that the government is limiting those contributions so that, in fact, there are more dollars available so that we can provide support to those who can't afford to contribute so that they too can retire in dignity.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we very much appreciate the fact that the New Democrats are supporting at least some aspects of the budget in regards to the increase to the GIS. I think it's also important that we acknowledge that the Liberal government is also reducing the age of retirement from 67 to 65. We have 3 foundational, what I would argue, public foundational pension programs. All 3 of them have been dealt with in a very positive way in the last 12 months by this government. And I'm wondering if the member might want to comment on terms of just how important it is that Canadians recognize that, in fact, there has been significant movement in this last year, more so than there was in the previous 10 years, on 3 very important social programs that Canadians truly love.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I thought my questions were over. But I will give a response. I want to congratulate the member and his party for bringing forward these changes. But I would like to see far more changes. And we know that we've had a lot of promises about additional changes coming forward, possibly after the next election. We welcome this change, but please take action on the additional changes that we've been calling and seniors have been calling for quite some time. Thank you.
Nice.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it might be helpful or perhaps even instructive if I preface my remarks by sharing with my colleagues the definition of a tax. Now, a tax is defined as a compulsory contribution to state revenue levied by the government on workers' incomes and business profits, or added to the cost of some goods, services, and transactions. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that anyone with a reasonable outlook would know that hiking the CPP premiums is a form of taxation. It is, in effect, a payroll tax. And, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that raising taxes in times of a sluggish economy, in times of a weak economy that we are experiencing here today in Canada, is absolutely the wrong thing to do, because raising taxes will have negative impacts on the Canadian economy. For an example, it will restrict and reduce the ability of businesses to reinvest in their business. It will reduce the ability of Canadians to have more take-home pay. And it will most certainly reduce the ability of Canadians to add to their savings. It will reduce the amount of money they will be able to save. And, Mr. Speaker, that's simply the wrong approach to take. This payroll tax is regressive. It harms employers and employees alike. And most particularly, it is harmful to small businesses. Let me share, Mr. Speaker, with you a small story that occurred to me just a few weeks ago. I happened to be in Thunder Bay on some business, and since I had never been to Thunder Bay before, I went out for dinner that night with a colleague to a restaurant, had a lovely dinner. Following dinner, the business owner and I engaged in a conversation. Once he found out that I was a member of Parliament, he wanted to talk about the proposed hike to CPC premiums. He told me that his profit margin was so skinny that any increase to the CPP premiums would result in only two things. One, that he would be looking at a negative profit for the year, which might result in him closing his doors, or two, forcing him to lay off employees. Now, neither of those two options was particularly attractive to this young employer, and he said that he had a business partner in another restaurant in Edmonton who was facing exactly the same situation. Mr. Speaker, I know that it doesn't matter whether you're a small business owner in Surrey, British Columbia, in Edmonton, Alberta, in Winnipeg, Manitoba, in Thunder Bay, Ontario, or in Corner Brook, Newfoundland. This is a problem for small business owners. And, Mr. Speaker, the frustrating thing about this is there is no need to do this. There is no need to increase CPP premiums. The government's stated objective is they're doing this so that Canadians in the retirement years can retire more comfortably. But the statistics, Mr. Speaker, don't indicate that there is a problem today. Stats indicate that less than 4% of seniors are living on a lower income or below the poverty line. Now, that's a great change from many decades ago, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in 1970, 29% of seniors were living below the poverty line. So we made great strides in the decades since 1970 until today. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, statistics indicate that Canadians are saving more money today. In 1990, Canadians saved approximately slightly more than 7.5% of their income. Today, it's almost twice that. Canadians are saving over 14% of their take-home pay, or at least their gross income, and putting it into savings vehicles like RSPs, TFAs, and the like, TFSAs and the like. So we're making progress on that. So for the government to say that they're doing this out of necessity is frankly being disingenuous at the very least. Mr. Speaker, what it appears to me is happening is the government is trying to create a solution for a problem that does not exist. And the irony of all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that because of the government's reckless spending, out-of-control spending, the reality is the government is creating a problem for which there is no solution. Because of the billions and billions of dollars of debt that this government is incurring and throwing upon the backs of taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, there is no solution to getting out of debt. There is no plan to get back to balance. It also appears, Mr. Speaker, that the economic plan, if you want to call it such, that this government has is following very closely with the path and the arc of the previous Ontario governments of McGuinty and currently Premier Wynne. A disastrous economic plan that has resulted, Mr. Speaker, in, on a per capita basis, the province of Ontario being more indebted than any jurisdiction in the world. Not just in Canada, Mr. Speaker, but in the world. And, Mr. Speaker, what's even more frightening to me is the fact that two of the main architects of this economic policy, this is a disastrous economic policy of Ontario, were Gerald Butts and Katie Telford, who are now two of the prime advisors, economic advisors to the Prime Minister. I would hate, Mr. Speaker, that these two would do to Canada what they have done to Ontario. But that's certainly what it appears. But, Mr. Speaker, let me also say this. I think there are alternatives to what the government is planning and proposing with C-26. I've always thought it'd be instructive and helpful if, rather than just criticizing opposition members would offer alternatives, things that the government could at least consider to replace flawed legislation. And flawed C-26 truly is. My suggestions to the government, Mr. Speaker, would not cost the taxpayer a nickel. The first suggestion I would make is that why doesn't the government work with their provincial and territorial counterparts and encourage those provincial and territorial governments to add financial literacy to the K-12 educational curriculum? Mr. Speaker, I think it would be extremely helpful for young people to learn why they need to save for retirement. I think it would be very helpful for young people to learn how to save for retirement, to learn about the investment vehicles, the saving vehicles that are available in Canada today, so that when those young people finally enter the workforce, they have a plan, or at least they have charted out a course of action for them to be able to work their lives and then retire with dignity. Mr. Speaker, that's something that would be a no-cost item and would be, I believe, extremely helpful. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, is, again, a very simple concept, but of course I believe it's totally alien to the government's thinking, and it won't cost the taxpayers a nickel at least. And that is simply, Mr. Speaker, to lower taxes. Don't raise taxes, lower taxes. Allow Canadians to take more money home with them, put more money in their jeans, put more money into savings vehicles, Mr. Speaker, and at the same time, lowering taxes would stimulate the economy. Mr. Speaker, our previous government had a low-tax, high-productivity agenda. We resulted in having the lowest tax regime in 50 years, Mr. Speaker. And what was the result of that? Well, the result of that was we created 1.3 million net new jobs from the height of the recession till the day we left office. Why? Because lowering taxes increases productivity. That's a concept this government is totally unaware of. But, Mr. Speaker, C-26 is totally opposed to lowering taxes because it raises taxes. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, and some of the reasons I articulated in the few moments that I've had to deliver this address, is the reasons why I and all of the colleagues in Her Majesty's loyal opposition will be vociferously opposing Bill C-26.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we've heard is a message from the darkest heart of the Conservative core. We have had a situation in the last 10 years where 85 families in this country have more wealth than 20 million Canadians. So those are the people, yes, that have been able to save. Their saving rate has gone up, and yes, it pulls up the national average. But we've also had 10 years where we've relied on average Canadian citizens going further and further into debt to bolster the Canadian economy. So there is no money for fancy TFSAs except at the top of the elite 1% of 1%. So the question is, and I'll ask this member to respond because the last one didn't, what about the 60% of Canadians who do not have, even though they have a job, they do not have a company pension plan in the private sector? What do we do for them?
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, outside of the fact there was a great many factual inaccuracies in my colleague's presentation and his question, I'll deal with the last part, his direct question first. Mr. Speaker, while it's true that many Canadians don't have a Canadian pension plan, the fact of the matter is they should be in a position where they have made their own retirement plans and own retirement and savings decisions. As I pointed out during my presentation, less than 4% of Canadians are living on a low income, Mr. Speaker, and more Canadians are saving more and more of their money on a daily, monthly, and yearly basis. Mr. Speaker, for him to suggest for 1 second that this is a required course of action of the government, to raise taxes, to have the government impose its will on Canadians on how they should be saving is absolutely ludicrous.
We'll break now. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan will have 3 minutes and 15 seconds for questions when we come back from question period. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. La Pointe de l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Mario, c'est toi, t'as appelé.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, When an ultra-federalist minister like Jean-Marc Fournier says that he's going to give a loan guarantee of $3 billion for the hydroelectric project in Newfoundland, that's unacceptable and it can't be explained. That means that things are going very poorly. This is what the Bloc Québécois has been saying for weeks. We wanted to avoid having Quebecers' money be used once again against Quebec's economic interests. But now it's official, it's happening.
Ottawa is creating a situation of unfair competition for Hydro-Quebec. As usual, the Federalist MPs from Quebec, whether they're Liberal, Conservative, or NDP, they choose Canada first. There are 60 Quebec MPs in the House here acting against Quebec's economic interests, against Quebec's will. Federalist MPs are costing us more and more.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize an amazing group of people that are making a difference in my riding of Scarborough Centre. The over 30 members of Project Toronto Welcomes came together through Facebook out of a desire to do something concrete and practical to help ease the humanitarian crisis in Syria. They have raised over $100,000 to support a large Syrian family and have been busy with dinners, comedy shows, and good old-fashioned bake sales. I recently had a chance to join Project Toronto Welcomes at a very successful fundraising concert headlined by a great Canadian artist, Jim Curdy. There are groups like Project Toronto Welcomes across Canada that are making a difference, and I ask the House to join me in saluting all these amazing volunteers that make us proud to be Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, if the minister doesn't care about killing jobs in town by closing the Vegreville Immigration Centre, maybe he'll care about the social impact. 76% of CPC Vegreville employees are women, so he's ripping the mothers, daughters, babas, the volunteers, and the leaders out of town. Everyone will be hurt by this edict. CPC Vegreville employees raise money every year during the Government of Canada Workplace Charitable Campaign. This year, they raised over $12,000 in 1 month. These donations went to the Vegreville Food Bank, Vegreville Breakfast Club, and Vegreville Kids Sport, which helps disadvantaged kids join teams in town. Funds also went to Valid, which helps people with disabilities find work, housing, and live in dignity. It's partnered with CPC Vegreville for many years. This bond is a model for all of Canada. On top of this, employees have raised over $300,000 for United Way since 1994. Charities and local groups will suffer. This edict will hurt the most vulnerable. The minister should reverse it immediately.
Hear, hear.
For Laurentide Labelle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Soon it will be Remembrance Day. I'd like to pay tribute to 3 veterans in my riding who died in 2016. These inspiring men fought for our country and defended our values. I'd like to honor the memory of Jacques Vigée from Nominang, who passed away on October 17th at the age of 93. In 1944, when he was 19, he was a soldier in the Royal 22nd Regiment and suffered serious leg injuries in Italy.
Burundo, who fought across Western Europe in the Second World War and was decorated by both Canada and France. Always a personality, he left us on the 17th of August at the ripe young age of 101.
And Romeo Rock from Saint-Faustin-Lac-Carré, who passed away July 23rd, aged 89, having given 2 years of his life in 1944 and 45 to military service. We salute all our vets and the Laurentians and all across the country. We will remember them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. I'm so proud to represent a riding with dynamic small and medium-sized businesses that are constantly innovating. The CFIB's list of Canada's top places to start and grow a business recently ranked St. Hyacinthe 6th in Quebec and 20th in Canada. This kind of success doesn't happen all by itself. It's through teamwork with the Chambers of Commerce and Economic Development in Les Mascoutins and Acton, the St. Hyacinthe Technopole, and the Acton CFDC. Companies in my riding are universally recognized as flagships. In agri-food, we have companies like Barry Calabo, Brookside, Liberté, Axel D'Or, Baxter, Saputo, Agropour, Jeffo, La Sonde, to name a few. And in the furniture industry, Dutailler and Lacasse in St. Pie, and over in Acton, there's Beaulieu, Airboss, Roski Composites, and Burnbrae Farms.
Mr. Speaker, I'll begin by congratulating my colleague, the Minister of Finance, on his announcement of $2 billion over the next 10 years for rural communities across Canada. This $2 billion in infrastructure funding demonstrates how our government is committed to a promising future for Canada's small towns and villages. It's an investment that builds on the $500 million that Budget 2016 allocated over 5 years for rural high-speed internet access. Our government is listening to folks who live outside the urban setting, and we're supporting sustainable rural development across Canada. But after 1 year in office, this government's work is far from done. Along with my colleagues, I'm working to overcome the previous Conservative government's legacy of defunding and shutting down the Rural Secretariat in 2013. We believe there must be an institutional mechanism within the Government of Canada to ensure that all federal departments take into consideration rural realities, to coordinate across departments and invest in small local businesses, and create a dialogue with stakeholders in the smallest of Canadian towns. I'm confident that our government will deliver a vision of rural-urban complementarity where the resources of...
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, before I was elected as a Member of Parliament, I was a journalist for 30 years. One of my most rewarding assignments involved commemorating the 50th anniversary of D-Day. I accompanied hundreds of Canadian and American D-Day vets aboard the QE2 to revisit the beaches of Normandy. On that trip, I made friends with a veteran named Paul Lefebvre of Edmonton. He was just 20 years old when he answered the call of duty and landed on Gold Beach. He was just a kid, and he had come to answer the call of duty. Paul taught me a lot on that trip. He taught me about bravery, about love of country, about duty. I'm inspired by his generation and how they responded when duty called. I kept in touch with Paul. He's 93 years old now. Just this week, he told me his strong religious faith gets him through the day. Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day is just around the corner. So today, I'd ask the members of this House to salute Paul and all the veterans who have served the greatest country in the world, Canada.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the excellent work in recent months that led up to the signature of the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, which will protect the environment and workers at the same time as it creates great opportunities for the middle class. Thanks to this progressive deal, Canada will have access to a market of over 500 million consumers in the European Union. A number of companies in my riding of Saint Jean will be able to take advantage of this historic deal. Open access to this type of market will lead to the creation of high-quality jobs for Canadians. The dynamic negotiations by the Minister of International Trade led to the bringing together of the EU, federal and provincial politicians, and civil society. These significant efforts brought together the critical mass which will now make Canada a key player in trade with Europe. I hope the final steps will lead to a deal that's beneficial for all Canadians.
Honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to rise today and recognize a constituent of mine, Dr. Madhav Sinha, who recently helped complete a one-of-a-kind literary masterpiece, the Hindu Encyclopedia. This 17,000-page, 11-volume collection is a first of its kind in English, taking over 20 years and more than 1,000 scholars to complete. It explores Hinduism's religious, philosophical, and cultural ideas, as well as its place in Indian history and the history of South Asian peoples across the world. Dr. Sinha was in charge of quality, ensuring the authenticity and accuracy of the encyclopedia's references. To ensure this vast work reaches all audiences, there are plans to translate it into Hindi and make it available online. I wish my heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Sinha on this wonderful achievement. Bahut Dhanyavad, Dr. Madhav Sinha. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Remembrance Day draws near, I would like to congratulate the Royal Canadian Legion, General Stewart Branch Number 4 in Lethbridge on their 90th anniversary. This impressive legacy of service is certainly something worth celebrating. I would like to thank them for providing support to our veterans and for promoting the importance of honouring those who fought and those who continue to fight for the sake of our great country. On this Remembrance Day, I would also like to thank and honour the veterans of Lethbridge. Thank you for your dedication and service. Thank you for your selfless act of service on behalf of your neighbour. Thank you for enduring hardship and risk so that we might live in a free country. I am grateful for your courage, and we honour the sacrifices that you have made, lest we forget.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize veterans who served and fought for freedom around the world. Remembrance Day marks the anniversary of the armistice in Europe, which ended the First World War in 1919. The First World War was to be the war to end all wars, and as history has shown, peace has not yet been realized. I'm honoured to attend Remembrance Day services in my riding in Kettleby, hosted by the Kettleby Cemetery, and at the Schomberg Cenotaph, hosted by the Schomberg Lions and the Schomberg Agricultural Society. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of their sacrifices, we must continue to strive for a more peaceful world.
How to always remember, lest we forget, ne l'oublions.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to stand in this place today to tell members about an organization that is near and dear to my heart in my hometown of London, Ontario. Ability First is an organization that brings together businesses to share best practices and experiences related to hiring and retaining persons with disabilities. I was on the founding board of Ability First 10 years ago, and yesterday they held their annual award breakfast. I was once again humbled by the incredible work businesses in London are doing by hiring for Ability First. Many employers now realize it is good business to hire someone with a disability. And Mr. Speaker, we know when you hire a person with a disability, you are taking on a devoted individual who will work tirelessly. This year, 3 London businesses were honoured: Pets for Life, Value Mart, Oxford Street, and Spectra Venue Management, Budweiser Gardens. All of these employers are fine examples of how hiring for Abilities First can make all the difference, not only to a person with disabilities, but to the general workforce as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, over the next week, millions of Canadians will gather at cenotaphs and memorial squares from St. John's to Victoria. They will gather in silence, and while many will cry, all will be thankful. Mr. Speaker, there are, however, a great many of our veterans who will suffer in silence next week, as they do every day, haunted by what they had to deal with in the service of their country. They need not be silent, Mr. Speaker. My message today to veterans is that there is help if you seek it, and it's okay to ask for help. As a country, we've come a long way to end the stigma and barriers related to mental health and suicide. Canadians are good with the fact that we are having a national conversation about this, and it's okay to talk about it as individuals. Canada owes our veterans, Mr. Speaker, and we must do much more to help our veterans and their families suffering from the effects of occupational stress injuries, PTSD, mental health issues, suicide, and homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Today we honour our veterans for their courage, service and sacrifice. Men and women in uniform who have answered the call and stood their ground to defend our democracy. We must remember our veterans who have given their lives in times of war, and also those who have served in our country in times of peace. We, as Canadians, are people of peace. Internationally, Canada stands as a beacon of democracy, and it is because of our veterans that Canada remains this way. So for their service, their sacrifice, for our freedom, we thank them. On November 11th, I encourage all honoured members and Canadians to take a moment to remember, share a family story, shake a veteran's hand, Observe the clock striking 11. Understand that our peace is not without sacrifice, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Last month, I had the pleasure of visiting the first of its kind in Canada incubator seed farm. Located in the beautiful Cowichan Valley, this farm will focus specifically on training new seed farmers. Mr. Speaker, a secure, diverse, and regionally adapted seed supply is essential to a community's food security. The Cowichan Incubator Seed Farm will host aspiring farmers who will undergo a year of education and training in the basics of organic farming and seed production. The result will be skilled seed producers ready to contribute to our local seed capacity. This project will cover all aspects of farming, from local food production, processing and distribution, to business planning, marketing, and sales. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of the staff and board of the Cowichan Green community who brought this important project to life.
Wonderful.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, as former commander of the La Chaudière Regiment, I was fortunate enough to work with heroes who sacrificed everything, who were ready to land in Normandy. For them, for the survivors, the real heroes are the ones who died in battle. All across Canada, Canadians from all walks of life answered the call to defend Canada. Those working in related industries to support the WARE effort. The whole country was united. A whole generation sacrificed everything when the country called on them. Canadians have a duty to remember these heroes, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Charlemagne.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the first anniversary of our government. As the member for Longueuil-Charlemagne, I'd like to congratulate our Prime Minister and all my colleagues here in the House on their excellent work. Real change that Canadians chose in the last election has begun. First of all, with a new relationship with the First Nations and the new Canada Child Benefit, which provides support to the neediest families. This affects over 10,000 families in my riding.
Seniors and historic investments in infrastructure in Canada's transportation networks. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of this government's accomplishments over the past year, but there's more to be done. And I look forward to working with all members to continue implementing the real change that Canadians voted for. Merci.
Oral questions, question orale. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign last year, our Prime Minister talked about infrastructure investment that would justify a deficit. Mr. Speaker, we can make a long list of many things that have not worked. Mr. Speaker, in October, 23,000 jobs were lost. 23,000 jobs in Canada were lost by reason of the decision of this government. Are they going to do the same thing and think that something different will happen, or they will present something more concrete that will stand up to scrutiny? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, since our election, we have put forward the most ambitious infrastructure plan in Canada's history. We're talking about over $100 billion in total. Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is that since we came to power, we have ruled out more than 950 projects, and 65% of them are underway. So this means better public transit and high quality.
Talk and talk and talk. We prefer to act.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Prime Minister, I've promised Canadians that borrowing money, billions of dollars of money, it will create jobs for Canadians. But we just learned this morning that 23,000 full-time jobs have been lost in October. Mr. Speaker, will this Prime Minister finally have a plan to create jobs, not only deficits?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the job survey that came out today, it's a snapshot of time, and the numbers for October, there were some positive aspects in there. Certainly what we see, there's been increases in both employment, and the participation rate has gone up as well. Of the jobs created, 2/3 of them were in the private sector. And Mr. Speaker, 24,000 well-paying construction jobs have been created. I would think that that has something to do with the investments that have been made in infrastructure. They will continue to grow. We know that the economy...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. And yet, we carried out the 2 largest infrastructure plans in Canada when we were in government, and we balanced the budget. In 2014, we launched a $60 billion project. Now, they take 2 or 3 years, and our projects worked. So it's easy for them to boast, but they're going to run up $100 billion in deficit, whereas we never did that. Creating deficits for the future, borrowing money, and there is no plan for the current work. Winter is at our doorstep. I just can't wait to see how that plan is going to work. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. I'm pleased to have this question because this former mayor of Roberval should come to Montreal. There's a lot of work going on there. This member knows very well, Mr. Speaker, I am proud on behalf of this government of the fall economic statement. It is the next step in our plan. The first step was investing in Canadian families. That's why we were elected, Mr. Speaker. And now what we have done is to announce historic investments, things that their government was simply unable to do. Over $180 billion will be invested in infrastructure. We're going to attract talent and investment to Canada. That's how we'll grow the economy.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' big spending plan is failing. There's not been a single full-time job created. And what's worse, the Liberals are borrowing an extra $32 billion to finance their out-of-control spending. This is not just a little deficit. This is serious long-term debt that we are handing our children and our grandchildren. When will the Liberals stop their out-of-control spending, start listening to the concerns of Canadians who need jobs today, full-time jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Welcome the question from our colleague across the side. Mr. Speaker, one thing I can assure we'll continue to do is to invest. We'll continue to invest in Canadian, we'll continue to invest in the economy, and I'm very proud actually of the fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker. This is great news for Canadians. We decided to invest to create jobs in this country, to improve the quality of life of Canadians, and that goes to infrastructure, that goes to attracting investment in our country, that goes into attracting global skills in this country. That's how you grow an economy, Mr. Speaker, and I will point out that even Madame Lagarde of the IMF said she hopes what we're doing goes viral in the world, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians aren't buying that, and they're also not buying the government's not guilty plea on their cash for access fundraising schemes. Canadians are expected to obey laws and follow the rules, but they know that what the Prime Minister and his cabinet ministers are doing is wrong. Canadians want to know, why do the Liberals always think that they can get away with breaking the rules, and why does it always seem that there's one standard for Liberals and their friends and then a completely higher one for everyone else?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to remind Canadians that at the federal level we have some of the strictest rules and principles around fundraising at any level. The Conservatives talk about doing fundraising differently. They did. They chose to appoint people.
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing the Honourable Government House Leader because of the noise. I'd appreciate it if you kept it down, and it would make it easier for me to hear. I'd like to thank the members, the Opposition House Leader, or the Government House Leader, sorry.
The Conservative Party chose to name people like Irvin Gerstein to the Senate and charge them with the responsibility of fundraising for the Conservative Party. We have a different approach to the Senate. We have a different approach to actually following the rules. And I will repeat, the rules are some of the strongest in the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the federal court ruled that CSIS has been illegally storing sensitive personal information on untold numbers of Canadians. Canadians that the spy agency itself has determined pose no threat. This is a gross abuse of power, Mr. Speaker, and an unjustifiable intrusion into the privacy of Canadians. The minister just admitted he was told of this abuse of powers. Does he really believe it's enough to just advise the review committee? Why were Canadians told immediately?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the issue was first raised in the report of the Security Intelligence Review Committee for the 2014-2015 calendar year. It relates to a period long before this government came into office. That report was filed in Parliament, tabled on the 28th of January, and that's the time when the public was alerted to the issue. Thereafter, CSIS worked with the Department of Justice to better inform the court, and obviously now the court's decision was rendered yesterday, and we are not appealing. We accept that judgment absolutely.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, CSIS, the spy agency, set up the illegal program a decade ago and hid it from the court. Mr. Speaker, it's clearer now than ever that we need a parliamentary watchdog with real teeth. The government's bill, with its censored after-the-fact review committee, just won't cut it. The NDP has proposed concrete, balanced amendments to ensure the committee can provide real oversight and get access to all the documents it needs to do the job. Will the government accept our amendments to create real parliamentary oversight of Canada's spy agencies?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, in the committee, we've indicated already that we're willing to consider all constructive ideas and amendments, but I would point out that the powers presently drafted in Bill C-22 do provide the Committee of Parliamentarians with the authority to examine current operations.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, for some days now, the NDP has been asking exactly how many journalists are being spied on by the RCMP and CSIS. Asked about the federal court ruling on the collection of personal data, the CSIS director said that he could not comment on operational details. Journalists across the country want a clear answer to this question. So now is the minister's chance to clearly respond to Canadians. How many journalists are being spied on?
For Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the director of CSIS was very clear, and the day before that the commissioner of the RCMP was very clear. In terms of the troubling issues that are being reported upon in Quebec in the last number of days, both the Commissioner and the Director have said that is not happening at the federal level.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the only acceptable answer is zero. But neither the Minister nor the Prime Minister have been able to confirm to citizens that no journalists are being spied on. When they were asked about this, the Minister of Public Safety and even the Prime Minister told us that safeguards to protect freedom of press were still in place. What are these safeguards?
Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, to correct the record, so it's very clear, both the Director of CSIS and the Commissioner of the RCMP have said clearly the answer is none. And in terms of the review, or the safeguards that are in place, the ministerial directives are very clear, and we have already indicated, long before this controversy arose, that we are reviewing all of those directives to make sure that they safeguard the rights and interests and freedoms of Canadians.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the job figures this morning do not augur well for Canadians who want to work, because we've learned that 23,000 full-time jobs have been lost.
This is a reality, Mr. Speaker, because my colleague from Cape Breton said it's just a snapshot. This is a reality. Et qu'est-ce que l'on fait?
And what is the government doing in the meantime? Well, they're piling up the deficits, another $30 billion over the next 5 years. When will the government understand that its plan does not work, but what it's doing is it's piling on poor Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to
Mr.
the Minister
Speaker,
of
as you
Finance.
could see, we were so eager to answer the question, and we all raised at the same time to explain to the member from Louis Saint Laurent, for which we have enormous respect, how our plan is going, Mr. Speaker. Let me remind him a few things, because sometimes he tends to forget these things, but let me say what we've done in our budget, Mr. Speaker. We promised to help seniors. We did help seniors. We promised to help students. We did help seniors. We promised to help families. We did help families. And now we're continuing, Mr. Speaker, in investing in infrastructure, attracting investment in Canada, investing in talent. Mr. Speaker, that's what confident country, ambitious country are doing, and will continue to do just that.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this government is borrowing a lot of money and is piling up astronomical deficits. We're talking about billions of dollars of deficit during their mandate. And it's kind of funny, Mr. Speaker, because these people are borrowing billions of dollars. It's open bar times, but when it's time to ask Canadians to invest in their mortgage, well, they tighten the rules. That is tough for people who are young, for young families, for Canadian workers. So, Mr. Speaker, why, on the one hand, are they borrowing billions of dollars, but they're asking Canadians to tighten their belts? What, is that the Liberal policy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. If they did what we are doing, it would be a good thing. But what we did is we tightened the rules on the real estate market, because we know that for Canadian families, that is the most important investment that families will make during their lifetime, is to buy a house. So that is the primary responsibility of the Minister of Finance, that is to ensure long-term stability of the mortgage market in this country. That's what we did in December. That's what we're doing with the new rules that we announced. Canadian families understand that because it is in their interests.
Today's Stats Canada report on jobs brought more bad news. 23,000 fewer Canadians are working full-time from September to October. 25,000 fewer manufacturing jobs exist today than a year ago when the Liberal Party took government. 25,000 fewer young people are employed full-time as work has become more scarce and precarious. The Liberals promised deficits and jobs. We got the deficits. Where are the jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Well, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, certainly the investments that we're making are starting to show that kind of increase in jobs. And with young Canadians, we've seen an increase of about 26,000 jobs for young Canadians in this country. And what we know is that Stats Canada, back in 2015, in October 2015, Stats Canada started publishing trend lines. And what we've seen over the last 4 months is job opportunities trending up in this country. So the investments that this party is making, this government is making, are starting to pay dividends.
The Honourable Member for
Actually,
Carleton.
the PBO report on jobs showed precisely the opposite. The government is Canada is performing below the trend line in every single area. Nowhere worse than with males. In fact, 70,000 fewer men are working full time today than a year ago. That number, the number of unemployed men, is up 7.1%. That means dads with nowhere to go in the morning and no paycheck to bring home at the end of the month. That's because of big losses in energy and manufacturing sectors, two sectors that will be hardest hit by payroll and carbon taxes. Knowing that, will the government announce today its plans to cancel future tax increases on your manufacturing and energy jobs in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, as I said to my colleague before, those investments that we've been making, and again, those men, if you talk about growing the economy, I spoke with a number from the construction sector today. They like the investments that we've been making in infrastructure. We're putting tradespeople back to work with the investments that we're making in infrastructure. When we've seen the downturn in commodity prices, they're happy that this government is making those targeted investments in infrastructure so we can get those tradespeople back to work.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, one project with shovels in the ground. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' economic plan has failed. The deficit has gone north of $30 billion Job growth has gone south of the border. They've decimated oil and gas jobs in the west and ignored opportunities to create jobs in the east. The unemployment rate in my riding is now at an all-time high, and actual infrastructure implementation is at an all-time low. The Liberals' moral compass is broken along with their promises. So, Mr. Speaker, why can't this government see that real change is lost in space?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you real change is really on this side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, it's really clear. Real change is about investing in Canadians. That's what confident and ambitious countries are doing, Mr. Speaker. We're in 2016. Ambitious countries invest in their population, invest to create jobs, invest in the future to improve the quality of life. That's why we've announced more than $180 billion of infrastructure to bring back this country jobs, to invest in our future in public transit, in green infrastructure, investing in our cities and social housing. That's what Canadians expect in 2016. That's what we're delivering.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the minister said all staff at the Vegreville Immigration Centre will be, quote, guaranteed jobs in Edmonton. But officials say more than half won't be covered to move, some won't even get an offer at all, and others can't afford to commute. The minister's answers keep changing and contradicting officials and others. He has no clue. He's killing hundreds of jobs and ripping apart this community. Doesn't he care about rural Albertans? Won't he stop this edict immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Vegreville is one of not of job loss, it is of job maintenance and, in fact, job creation. The individuals in Vegreville will have their positions secured in Edmonton, and in addition, in moving the processing centre to Edmonton, we will increase efficiencies, we will reduce processing times, and make that centre more able to employ more Albertans. What we are doing for the people of Vegreville is reaching out to the member opposite, reaching out to the mayor of the town to facilitate that transition, and we continue to look forward to executing that in the coming days and months ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beltsy-Mestinoshi. Mr. Speaker, the agricultural sector has been clear. As long as the labour shortage has not been fixed, there will always be problems. Every time harvest season rolls around, farmers lose millions of dollars. But surprise, surprise, instead of concrete actions on the part of the federal government, we just see never-ending consultations. In the meantime, Wednesday, 14 foreign farm workers were arrested in Victoriaville, and our farmers will be hauled into court. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberal government finally act in this urgent matter with regard to farm workers?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Canadien de l'agriculture et de...
People in the farm sector must be able to count on access to work. In many regions, temporary foreign workers represent an important sector of farm work. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada will work with federal partners to ensure that the policies and programs in terms of labour take into account the sector needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rizbuski-Neja-Temiscouata-Basque. Mr. Speaker, the inertia of Liberals and Conservatives over the past 10 years with regard to renewing the Icebreaker fleet is threatening the maritime corridor of the St. Lawrence and the prosperity of the surrounding regions. It is not just local partners who are worried. Also, an internal and confidential report from Fisheries and Oceans says that this is a critical situation. What will the minister do to fix the situation quickly and guarantee the continued opening of the maritime corridor during winter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by reassuring the St. Lawrence Seaway Corporation and other partners that the Coast Guard is taking icebreaking operations very seriously and offers exemplary services. The Coast Guard carefully maintains its fleet. We're going to invest in modernizing it and ensuring its life cycle to ensure surface maintenance until we build new boats. This is excellent cooperation, Mr. Speaker, between the Coast Guard and the St. Lawrence Seaway partners, and we will ensure that our fleet can work during critical periods to respond to the economic needs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At last Thursday's Ethics Committee meeting, I asked the lobbying commissioner what she thought of Cash for Access fundraising involving lobbyists. And her answer was pretty clear. She said, I think we're seeing in the media that this is an issue that's potentially creating real or apparent conflicts of interest, which is why I'm looking into it. If cash for access fundraising with lobbyists doesn't break any rules, then why is the lobbying commissioner investigating them?
Great question.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind all members in this House that when it comes to the rules and comes to fundraising, they're some of the strictest across the country. And it's true that federal politics is subject to some of the strictest political financing legislation and regulations in the country. When it comes to accepting donations from trade associations or businesses or anything else, you cannot do that federally. And the Conservatives do have a very different approach when it comes to fundraising, because they chose to appoint people like Irvin Gertstein to the Senate to do their fundraising. We will not do that because we support the independence of the Senate. We will reform the Senate, and we will...
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, the lobbying commissioner repeatedly said that she's looking into cash for access fundraising involving lobbyists and Liberal cabinet ministers. She said that when a lobbyist organizes a fundraiser, a sense of obligation is created. It's time for the government House Leader to stop reciting irrelevant talking points. Why does she defend cash for access when the practice is clearly under investigation?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows very well that this government engages and speaks to Canadians, and we welcome any perspectives because, as our Prime Minister says, that we are here to serve Canadians and to ensure that this government is working hard for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. And I will tell you that all members of Parliament and all parties fundraise and all abide by the exact same rules. And when the rules are followed, no conflicts of interest can exist. We know how the Conservatives fundraise. We will not follow their directives. That's for sure. Thank you.
L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, over 10 years after the Gamma Commission showed the Liberals' culture of corruption, one of the key actors in the sponsorship scandal and Liberal bagman was found guilty before a Quebec court for money laundering and other charges. Will the Liberals learn from the past and finally honour the ethical rules imposed by their Prime Minister in terms of fundraising?
Secretary
Our government is determined to ensure that all fundraising activities fall under the ethical rules that are meant to protect Canadians. We must ensure that all supply and contracting services are done responsibly. That is our government's promise, and we will keep it.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, for weeks the Liberals have repeated the same talking points about their elite and exclusive cash for access fundraising schemes. Canadians don't believe the Liberals' excuses. Just a year ago, the Prime Minister ordered his minister to obey his own open and accountable government rules. But the Finance Minister, the Innovation Minister, the Trade Minister, the Natural Resources Minister, and even the Prime Minister have completely ignored them. Will the Prime Minister stop using government positions to fill the Liberal Party coffers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind Canadians that at the federal level we have among the most strict rules in terms of fundraising of all government levels. The fact is that the Conservative Party chose to appoint people like Irvin Gertstein to the Senate, and they chose to give them the responsibility for fundraising.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing the Honourable Government House Leader. I'd appreciate if we just kept the sound down on both sides. The Honourable Government House Leader.
The fact is that the Conservative Party chose to appoint people like Irvin Gertstein to the Senate and to give them the responsibility for fundraising for the Conservative Party of Canada. We have a very different approach to the Senate and to fundraising. That is what Canadians expect, and that is exactly what we are giving them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Environment Minister has failed to respond to a request by the Mikisew Cree First Nation and McMurray Métis for a federal environmental assessment of an experimental project to extract bitumen. These communities have raised serious concerns about how chemicals involved could impact their ground and surface waters and fisheries. Harper excluded these kinds of projects from federal laws that the Liberals have yet to reverse. This government claims to respect the rights and interests of First Nations and Métis. So why has the minister not used her overriding power to order this environmental review?
Here. The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand up today on the first anniversary of our government. We are working very hard to rebuild trust in our environmental assessment process. We announced transitional principles that govern how our government is going to approach environmental assessments, which includes respecting our obligations to consult and accommodate with Indigenous peoples. We've also launched a review of environmental assessments. I certainly encourage the member opposite and all members to feed into this review because we need to get environmental assessments right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy anniversary. It's time for all feet on deck over there. Yesterday, the Canadian Network on Corporate Accountability recommended establishing a human rights ombudsperson to oversee international mining operations. Reports document hundreds of incidents of violence associated with Canadian resources extraction companies abroad. New Democrats have long called for an ombudsperson to provide much-needed oversight in this sector. Will the minister admit the current system is broken and support this recommendation to protect human rights?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, our government believes very strongly in the importance of corporate social responsibility, in the absolute duty of all Canadian companies to respect human rights and their corporate social responsibility when they are working abroad. In fact, our government has a policy that companies found not respecting corporate social responsibility outside Canada can have the withdrawal of the services of the Trade Commissioner. This is an issue that we are very seized of. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Paris Agreement comes into force far earlier than expected. A year ago, 195 countries came together to tackle climate change. Can the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change please update this House how this historic agreement will support our economy and the environment?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for King Vaughan and the chair of the Commons Environment Committee for a great question. I'm extremely proud that on the anniversary of our government, the Paris Agreement has come into force. The science of climate change is clear. Climate change is real, it is man-made, and the world is taking action now to address it. We are working hard at home and abroad to tackle climate change and to grow a clean economy.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, when asked about his Defence Minister's comments that Canada will find the root causes of the problems in Africa, the Prime Minister said, Canada has an awful lot to offer other than just, stopping people from shooting at each other. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals will be sending our soldiers to some of the most dangerous parts of the world in Africa. When radicalized terrorists start shooting at civilians or at our troops, will they be able to defend themselves, or are they expected just to talk to the jihadists about their feelings or the root causes of the conflict?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, wherever we send our troops, we'll send them with appropriate equipment, we'll send them with appropriate training, and we'll send them with the robust rules of engagement. But when it comes to the root cause, every nation who is looking at conflict right now is talking about the root cause, because we cannot just sending our soldiers into harm's way all the time. We need to start preventing conflict so we can reduce these things so that we don't have to send our troops into harm's way and eventually having to send these tragic messages to families that their soldiers have been hurt. And we will look at all aspects of things, and that's why we'll look at a whole government approach to conflict. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister and the Minister said that it wasn't a priority for them to end exchanges of fire between Canadian troops and extremist groups. The government is getting ready to send our soldiers to Mali and to act like social workers to talk with extremists. But we already know what the jihadists want. They want to kill all foreign soldiers and infidels. Will the government send our soldiers to this mission like lambs to the slaughter?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I actually present that question. We will always send our troops with the appropriate equipment and rules of engagement to be able to defend themselves. Our troops did this with the utmost honor, but we also need to look at conflict and be able to send our troops. We need to look at smart power. We need to be able to send our troops in a manner that they can reduce conflict, and our troops have demonstrated this, and militaries around the world are looking at conflict, are looking at the root causes, because our troops at the same time, while they're ready for the threat, they can also help reduce the threat as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, veterans are talking about the lackadaisical approach by the Minister of Veterans Affairs. The minister is way behind schedule on the 23 or so priorities promised in his mandate letter. So far, only 2 of the promises have been implemented after a year in office. The minister and government's inaction is hurting veterans who have sacrificed so much for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it looks like veterans were only a priority for the Liberals at election time. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister get the job done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, doing a better job of looking after our veterans is right at the top of our list. We understand the abuse and the neglect that they suffered over the last 10 years. And making some of these changes is going to take time. But we have hired new people, we've opened new office, we have new conversations, and we're going to get this mandate letter done, and we're going to do it in time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals campaigned to end legal proceedings against veterans, but the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Prime Minister resumed a court case that was halted by the previous government. It was halted because the previous Minister of Veterans Affairs and current member of Durham told the former Prime Minister that it was wrong and the court case against veterans needed to stop. Mr. Speaker, why won't this minister stop listening to the bureaucrats, show leadership, and tell his Prime Minister to stop fighting veterans in court?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
As I already mentioned, there is a lot of work underway in order to improve the services and support we're giving our veterans. And it is unfortunate that this group of veterans felt that they had to take the previous government to court in order to do that. And it is regrettable that they felt they needed to stay that course. But the thing we need to remember, Mr. Speaker, is that it is their absolute right to do so. We are working hard to solve the issues that were brought up, and we're going to get them solved.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, over half of the strategic investment funding for post-secondary institutions has been announced. There's a 2018 deadline on the money, but not a dime has been committed to Manitoba. The Conservative government in Manitoba doesn't get the importance of investing in post-secondary education for students, for construction workers, or for employers. But the question is, are Manitoba's Liberal MPs just going to sit there and watch as a short-sighted government on Broadway passes up to $100 million for Manitoba? Or are they going to commit to working with Manitoba's post-secondary institutions to make sure that Manitoba gets its fair share of the money before the clock runs out?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and let me reassure the honourable member that this government is working very closely, not only with its provincial counterparts, but certainly with the great delegation of Manitoba MPs on the government side, to making sure that there are going to be some wonderful investments to come into the post-secondary institutions of Manitoba. I ask the honourable member and I ask the House, stay tuned.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is cutting critical funding from the fight against HIV/AIDS across rural communities, including my riding of Kootenay, Columbia. This will result in service reductions to HIV prevention and education programs. One organization in my riding, Anchors, will be forced to lay off experienced staff, and other organizations will lose important resources in the midst of an opioid crisis. Why is the Minister of Health proceeding with these dangerous cuts? And why are they walking away from the fight against HIV/AIDS in the BC interior?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HIV and Hep C are serious but preventable diseases. The funding that the Public Health Agency of Canada provides to community-based organizations across the country to combat HIV and Hep C is staying steady at $26.4 million. There are a number of new organizations that have been invited to submit full proposals. This is part of an open, evidence-based and transparent process, and decisions were made by a committee of technical experts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Alberta families who have been impacted by the bovine tuberculosis quarantine need some answers. They are in very real danger of missing their one payday of the year. Their family farms are at stake. One of the ranchers affected, Brad Osadchuk, said, "We are in a lot of trouble. There's people's livelihoods, health, and families that are hanging in the balance." Can the Health Minister tell Albertans if all CFIA inspectors available have been deployed to Alberta to help solve this potential disaster?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement s'est engagé.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting the health of Canadian families and the health of animals. To respect this commitment, we have opened an investigation into this issue. We are particularly sensitive to the issues of facing some farmers who are dealing with cases of bovine tuberculosis. Some of these farmers will probably have to suffer unexpected financial hardship. We are ensuring that the agency is doing its work as soon as possible, and we take all issues linked to animals' disease very seriously. We hope that the industry will be able to deal with this outbreak.
Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta is about to face another test. Harsh weather conditions have left hundreds of thousands of acres still to be harvested, and Alberta farmers are bracing for the worst. The Agriculture Minister needs to understand this is a catastrophe for farmers and farm families, and they need help. Will the Minister consider flexibility within the advance payment program and fast-tracking of unharvested crop claims through crop insurance programs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, as a grain farmer myself, I can tell you how important it is for farmers to be able to harvest the fruits of their labor. The development of the next Strategic Development Framework for Agriculture has started. We are working with provinces and territories to ensure that the agriculture and agri-food industry in Canada remains a leader. These priorities include managing business risks, ensuring the sustainability of the environment, science, research, and development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, recent years have been tough on farmers in my riding of Yellowhead, especially in Brazeau County. In July of last year, the county declared an agricultural state of disaster due to drought. Earlier this week, constant rain forced Brazeau County to declare another state of agricultural disaster. Up to 75% of local crops remain on the ground. What is this government planning to provide in income disaster assistance to this vital sector?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we've already consulted hundreds of stakeholders, Canadian farmers from all across the country. Their participation is essential in the development of the new strategic framework. On July 22nd, 2016, my provincial and territorial colleagues and myself published the Calgary Declaration. This document laid out the main priorities for the next strategic framework. It's based on the opinions we got from stakeholders. The Canadian government will continue to work with provincial and territorial partners and to consult stakeholders on the key aspects that will define the next framework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charles-Lemoine. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Finance Minister gave his economic update and presented the follow-up to our historic infrastructure plan. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities tell us how this additional funding will be divided across different categories? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is an excellent question, and it gives me the opportunity to say that we have announced 91 million in, or rather 81 million for a new infrastructure, including social infrastructure, and over 20 million for green infrastructure, 10 for transportation and trade. So this includes highways, new roads, better housing for those who need it, and direct support for our communities, particularly rural communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Foreign Affairs Minister and two of his Liberal colleagues held a private roundtable on appeasing Iran. Two attendees said it was unfairly balanced towards supporters of Iran, stacked in favor of those who want to cozy up to this serial human rights abuser. Missing were critics of Iran's human rights abuses, such as those countries' religious minorities, Baha'is, Baluchs, and Iranian Kurds. To the Foreign Affairs Minister, is this what the Prime Minister means by Canada is back, rewards of embassies for despots, tyrants, and serial human rights abusers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is open and has met individuals with a range of views and beliefs, including members of the Baha'i community. We are committed to step-by-step re-engagement with Iran. Engagement does not mean agreement, Mr. Speaker, but it does give a platform to raise Canadian values like human rights and the rule of law, as well as consular cases. The Conservatives seem to want Canada to stand alone, which helps no one, not Canadians, not our allies, and not the Iranian people. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to engagement with our eyes wide open.
The member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago today, our Prime Minister made a commitment to gender equality by appointing the first gender-balanced cabinet and the first ever full minister for the status of women. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of the Status of Women please inform this House of the accomplishments of our government over the past year on gender equality?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. Our Prime Minister not only named a gender-equal cabinet and the first full Status of Women minister, which is a first in the history of Canada, but our government also took concrete steps to achieve gender parity.
Inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, gender-based analysis of our policies and in all our future budgets, pay equity legislation, over 3,000 shelter spaces, the Canada Child Benefit, a framework for early education and childcare, national poverty reduction strategy, et nous ne faisons que commencer, Monsieur le Président.
And we're just getting started, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Barry Springwater Oro Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary for International Development said that, quote, Ethiopia is a sea of stability in a dangerous region. But Fayisa Lalisa, the Olympic silver medalist from Ethiopia who couldn't return home after he crossed his arms at the finish line to protest the Ethiopian regime, does the minister believe that a government that imprisons, tortures, and kills its own citizens is actually a good government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government is very committed to promoting the human rights around the world. And our government has never shied away from raising human rights issues at the highest level. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs is embarking on a trip to Africa to make sure that we raise obviously the interests of Canadians, but also human rights and our consular cases, something that I don't understand why the previous government, why the Conservative Party want us to stand on the side and not raise these issues.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Yesterday, the Minister of Natural Resources said he had informed his Quebec counterpart of Ottawa's decision to increase the loan guarantee to Newfoundland by $2.9 billion as a courtesy. Well, let's define courtesy, Mr. Speaker. Courtesy would have meant not encouraging unfair competition with Hydro-Quebec. Courtesy would have meant not using Quebec taxpayers' money to harm Quebec's interest. Courtesy would have meant respecting the National Assembly's unanimous decision. So how can the members of Parliament from Quebec accept this direct attack on their nation's interests?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amount given to the Newfoundland and Labrador government takes the form of a commercial loan guarantee. Like the province of Quebec, we recognize the importance of clean energy in the fight against climate change. We are happy to be working with the province on this energy file. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is dumping another $3 billion into the bottomless pit that is Muskrat Falls. This is, to date, nearly $10 billion of public money for a project that never should have existed and that will never pay for itself. In the meantime, not 1 cent for Bombardier, which is the largest exporter of the manufacturing sector, and the flagship company of Quebec's aerospace industry, which is developing one of the greatest technological projects in the history of Quebec and Canada. How can the government justify giving $10 billion to Muskrat Falls and not 1 red cent to Bombardier? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as my colleague said, the Government of Canada is providing a loan, a commercial loan, to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. But as far as Quebec is concerned, I can tell you that the Government of Canada stands with Quebec. We are making investments in all communities in Quebec. Concerning the aerospace industry, the government is working very closely with Bombardier. We're still in discussion with them. And as the minister said, the question is not when we're going, how we're going to help, rather, but when. We are going to help the aerospace industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. The government is committed to improving food security in the North. However, the Nutrition North program continues to fail us. The rate of food insecurity in Nunavut is more than four times the national average. The government has stated that the program will be, and I quote, more transparent, cost-effective, and culturally appropriate. When will Nunavut see these changes, and will the minister be willing to consider pilot projects to help her address these program issues? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I know he would agree that Northerners need to have a voice in transforming Nutrition North. That's why we have been in consultations with more than 20 communities across the North. We'll complete those consultations by November, but we want to look at how we can better support this program to make food more accessible, more affordable. We want to look at better support for hunters and improve access to country foods. We are interested in looking at all options, whether that's a pilot project or it looks like some other program that would benefit people in the North.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 29, Mr. Speaker. There have been 29 deaths by suicide in Nunavut this year. In June, the Prime Minister announced $69 million of funding for immediate action on addressing our suicide crisis. $800,000 has been earmarked for this fiscal year. The Government of Nunavut has submitted a proposal that is yet to be funded. I believe this is a result of no clear guidelines or criteria. Can the Minister of Health designate an individual to meet with them to ensure this much-needed funding can be utilized before it expires? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. In June, our government announced $69 million in immediate and targeted mental wellness support for First Nations and Inuit. $3.8 million of this has been allocated to Nunavut over the next 3 years. Funding decisions for the 3 new mobile mental wellness teams were determined in partnership and by consensus with the government of Nunavut and the Inuit representative body in Nunavut. And senior officials from our department continue to be in regular contact with Nunavut government officials, including on the implementation of this new funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Et voilà la fin des questions orales. This is the questions. I believe we have a point of order for the honourable member from Hull Elmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to correct what I said. I don't want to mislead anyone in the House. When I get worked up, sometimes I trip over my tongue. What I wanted to say was it's not a matter of if we're going to come to Bombardier's assistance, it's how. Thank you.
Very good. So now And is it the parliamentary? Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Ecuador on Air Transport, done at Ottawa on June 8, 2016. As well, Agreement on Social Security between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Italian Republic, done at Rome on May 22, 1995. Protocol to the Agreement on Social Security between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Italian Republic, done at Rome on May 22, 2003. And lastly, Protocol to the North Atlantic Treaty on the accession of Montenegro, done on May 19, 2016. An exploratory memorandum is included with each treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Service and Procurement.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 42 of the Public Service Labor Relations Act, I have the honor to table the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Annual Report 2015-2016.
Of the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, I have the honor to present in both official languages the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act Annual Report. Thank you.
Let me start that over again. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 19 petitions, please.
Okay, very good. I thought there was 20. Okay, statement by me. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights regarding Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code. The committee studied the bill and decided to report it back to the House without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture du projet de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motion.
Motions.
Motion de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Oh, there we go. The Honourable, just to make sure I get them right, the Honourable Lake, let me start that one over again. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a pleasure and honor for me to petition, or lay down on the table petition E394, an electronic petition with over 600 signatures on it, representing almost every province in the country. The petition is calling for the House to support and pass my private member's bill, Bill C-267, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, also known as the Sergei Magnitsky Law. And this will help provide the government with the tools it needs to take restrictive measures against those that are committing corruption in other countries like Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, and other places where they're violating human rights, where they are using their positions of influence to garner their own wealth. And often we see, as we saw with Sergei Magnitsky, where they're thrown in jail, tortured, and ultimately murdered because they tried to blow the whistle on the corrupt foreign officials. So with this, I hope that I can get everyone's support for Bill C-267.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
For Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition calling upon Parliament to appoint a minister for seniors and to develop a national strategy for seniors, given that this demographic is about to be a very large part of the population in the next 2 decades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition calling on this government to introduce a national senior strategy and appoint a minister for seniors. People want to know that they're being heard by their elected representatives, which is why I'm proud to present this petition, standing by seniors across Canada, and calling for a national strategy to address the growing problems facing our seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from my riding. The petitioners are concerned about the accessibility and the impact of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impact of public health, especially the well-being on women of girls. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to adopt Motion 47. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am honoured to rise today and present a petition asking that Parliament appoint a Minister for Seniors and a national strategies for seniors. I think it's very, very important that we do this as we see the lack of leadership and the necessary needs for seniors in our communities as it continues to grow here in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise again in this House on behalf of the great constituents who reside in Shawnigan Lake in my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. The residents of Shawnigan Lake are calling upon the Government of Canada to protect the Shawnigan Lake watershed from a contaminated soil dump under the authority of the Fisheries Act. And my pleasure to again present a petition on their behalf and salute their efforts. Thank you.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table petition E406. A lot of Canadians are concerned about radio frequencies. The petitioners call on the health minister to issue a warning to all public providers of electricity in Canada and remind them that they can have their own security and safety protocols and encourage the public to seek out less harmful solutions all across Canada. Presenting petitions.
Seeing none, we'll go on to questions on the order paper. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, questions 462 and question 476. And furthermore, if I can add, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the government's responses to the questions numbered question 374, question 375, question 378, to question 391, question 393, to question 461, question 463, to question 475, question 478 to question 490, and starred question number Q, or question 377, be made into orders for return. That would be tabled immediately. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would ask that all the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered. With respect to question or to Q377, does the Parliamentary Secretary have the consent of the House? I believe so. We have it. Thank you. It's ordered. Now, orders of the day. Whoops. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just to provide some clarity, we're asking that all remaining questions be allowed to stand too at this time.
Everything's fine. Very good. That's all agreed? Good. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills.
Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, and on the amendment of Ms. Gladue and the sub-amendment of Mr. McCauley.
I believe it was the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is one of the areas in which Canadians can really see the difference between the Conservative government prior to what we have today. Today, we witness real change when we have a Prime Minister that's able to reach an agreement with all the different provinces dealing with the CPP. This is a critical issue for many individuals that are in the workforce. They understand and they appreciate that they want to be able to retire with a healthier pensions, and that's what this bill is all about, Mr. Speaker. It is about providing additional pension monies for people as they retire, and they justifiably deserve it. This is what Canadians want, and the question I have to the member is, why does he believe the Conservatives have lost touch with Canadians to the degree in which they're actually going to be voting against this legislation, against what the provinces and the federal government came into agreement with, against what it is that Canadians want to see? Why has the Conservative Party lost so much being in touch with Canadians?
Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, we're voting against a payroll tax. We'll always vote against higher taxes. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals believe that government intervention and raising taxes, spending billions of dollars, running this country into debt is the way to get this country's economy back on track. Conservatives will always oppose that.
In comments, a very short period or short question from the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a very brief question for my colleague. I happen to have a couple in their late 20s who's actually working for their brother-in-law in a small business. Now, under this Liberal C-26, they're going to have to each contribute, as I understand it, $1,100 each. And the person who owns the business happens to be their brother-in-law. He's going to have to match that money. I'm just wondering if my colleague could tell me, let's say if those folks were to invest in a savings plan, a TFSA or something similar, and the small business owner was allowed to use that money to expand his business, which would be better? Putting $1,100 of taxes into a CPP plan that'll maybe pay something 40 years later, or saving the money themselves? I wonder if you could give me an opinion on that.
For Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan, in 45 seconds or less.
Thank you, and I appreciate the tough but fair question from my colleague. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is exactly right. We believe in individual initiative. We believe that Canadians have enough intelligence on their own to make their own investment decisions. We believe that Canadians can chart a course for their own retirement. Unfortunately, the government doesn't seem to believe that Canadians have that intellectual capacity to make their own choices. In the situation my colleague mentioned, it would be devastating for a small business owner to be forced to pay that amount of money when, in fact, he could be reinvesting that money in his own business or using that money to put into his own investment portfolio. Mr. Speaker, our choice is individual rights. Their choice is government knows best.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy today to rise and speak about the proposed legislation, Bill C-26. In order for me to explain my position on this bill, I want to tell you a little bit about the great riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills. Mr. Speaker, while I was canvassing over a year ago, I had the opportunity to knock on a door on a pretty good neighborhood. And this old lady opened the door. She was very disheveled. She had bruises on her arms. Her hair was a mess. And I asked her, at this point, I was still a candidate, I asked her, what do you think that our government needs to do to better support Canadians? And she said, Ikrab, after I pay my rent, after I pay for my medical bills, I don't have enough money left for food. That is the plight of many retired people that live not just in my riding but all across Canada. Mr. Speaker, over the summer, I also had the opportunity to take part in the Red Cross Meals on Wheels program. Together with Red Cross, I went to different houses and homes in my neighborhood, in my riding, where we got to visit seniors who couldn't afford food, and they were getting food from food banks and programs like the Red Cross Meals on Wheels program. And I got to speak to them and really understand their plight, their difficulty in finding stability in their age of retirement, in their most vulnerable time. Mr. Speaker, the average age in my riding is 37. We have a lot of young families. And over the summer, I had the opportunity to be able to go and knock on doors and to get to understand what it was that Canadians were most concerned about. I knocked on over 1,000 doors, and the number one concern, even from young people, was what are we going to do when we retire? Will we have stability in our living? Will we have to downgrade our lives at that point? What is the government doing? Mr. Speaker, despite all the current benefits that are provided for retired people, we recognize that recently that it's not doing enough to support Canadians in their retirement. And having understood the concerns of Canadians, the government has introduced Bill C-26. This bill seeks to boost how much each Canadian will receive from the Canadian Pension Plan. The current system provides retirees with up to a quarter of their earnings. Under the proposed system, this will increase to 1/3, up to a maximum benefit of $20,000. Mr. Speaker, seniors are people who have, for the most part, spent their lives contributing to Canada's economy, working hard, striving for opportunity, building in their own way the Canada that we love. They've raised families in Canada, children who will one day grow and continue to carry the torch of progress for this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, this legislation will also support and benefit the next generation of workers. Young Canadians that enter the workforce over the next few years will benefit the most from the enhancement of the CPP. Young workers like those that visit me in my constituency office on a very regular basis, looking for employment or starting their careers and looking for advice as to how to further their careers. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that Canadians and our young Canadians are very dedicated to the progress of Canada, to making sure that we build a strong nation. And I'm very happy to see that our government, through Bill C-26, is ensuring that their future is also maintained in their times of vulnerability. Mr. Speaker, as I have alluded to earlier, many current retirees face troubling challenges in making ends meet. Recognizing this, our government took steps to improve the quality of life for seniors today. In Budget 2016, our government provided a boost to the GIS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, to help seniors who are single with up to $947 annually. Mr. Speaker, what this does is that it ensures that the future of Canada is protected. We will see over the next many years an increase in retired people. And when, as a government, we don't begin to to look for the future and to make sure that Canadians are well taken care of after they've spent so much of their lives contributing to Canada's growth, then we don't succeed as a government. We need to ensure that our future workers, our current workers, are able to have the stability in their workplace and in after they retire in their future families. We really need to work hard to ensure that we all succeed as Canadians. And this Bill C-26 is not the only way that we're doing it. There are many other ways. As we know, progress is not a one-step approach. It's a multifaceted approach. Through our many investments in infrastructure, through our CCB, through our recent assistance with our youth, we have really come up and raised the bar to really bring Canada to that level, to make sure that we are progressing as a nation. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to thank our Minister of Finance and the provincial and territorial ministers for their dedication to improving the lives of Canadians. With this historic agreement expanding the CPP, as stated in the Toronto Star, the agreement provides for the first substantive change to our national retirement scheme and recognizes that the time has finally come to do something about retirement security. I'm very happy with the role that our government at the federal level has played in collaborating and really working together with our provincial and territorial counterparts, with our municipalities, to making sure that we're all on the same page, to making sure that that we really understand the issues that we stand in this House and fight for, to making sure that all the work that we do as parliamentarians is effective and it's actually what is needed by Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to see that in this House there's been a lot of debate and a lot of passion with respect to what to do with helping our seniors, not just today, but our seniors of tomorrow, without the family of our seniors of tomorrow and today. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to receive any questions from my honourable colleagues on this very important issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the sincerity in the presentation from the member opposite. One of the concerns I hear from seniors in my riding, somewhat simple in nature, but it's very important. When they walk into a Service Canada centre and ask for information and ask for help and look for a piece of paper even that they can take away to help understand some of the programs and opportunities that are there, they're told to go to a website. That does not work for a lot of seniors in my riding. So I wonder if the if the member would encourage the minister responsible for the Federal Public Service to really make things as easy as they can for seniors and provide perhaps a different level of service than is currently provided.
Member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that very good question. Mr. Speaker, we do understand technology advancement is a great step forward, but we cannot forget about our seniors who often have challenges with using technology. And as a member of Parliament in Mississauga, Aaron Mills, I understand that, and that is why I encourage the seniors that live in my riding to come to my office for assistance. In many ways, that's the role that we play as members of Parliament, is to facilitate the services that our constituents need. And so I encourage my honourable colleague as well to reach out to our seniors and in our ridings and to make sure that they are understanding, that they know which programs are available to them, and to really be proactive in our approach for seniors. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the honourable member for her thoughtful words. Mr. Speaker, 11 million working Canadians have no workplace pension plan. And another fact, Mr. Speaker, is that if you go and ask the food banks today, they mention that more and more working families are coming to food banks for support. When you combine these two facts, Mr. Speaker, with working Canadians without a workplace pension plan and working families accessing the food bank, we can understand the fact that in very near future, a lot of these working Canadians will retire directly into poverty. Can I ask the member to highlight? She did mention the plan, how it helps the current working Canadians who are going to be seniors of tomorrow. And can she highlight slightly more on that aspect, please?
Honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our honourable colleague from Nepean for his great question and commentary. My colleague is 100% correct. We are seeing that Canadians are having a harder time, and they will continue to have a harder time to save for their future stability post-retirement. And in fact, a study of 2012 shows that almost 2/3 of Canadians are working more now, more than 45 hours a week, and still being unable to save. It is very, very troubling, Mr. Speaker. As we know, it's a multifaceted approach that our government has to take. And with the increase and the enhancement in our CPP, I think that this will be a great step for future seniors and our current seniors in being able to have stability in their retirement years. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Very quickly, the honourable member for Edmonton North, Winnipeg North. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's been a long week.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague can just kind of expand upon a commitment that the government made in its budget with respect to the guaranteed income supplement, which is a huge increase. It's going to take tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty, and if she might just want to add some thoughts on it.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that very important question. As I mentioned in my speech, the GIS, it's a supplement that we provide for our seniors, and that supplement has, before the eligibility age was 67, it's now been reduced to 65, which makes more Canadians have access to it. And in fact, the dollar amount of it has been increased for the most vulnerable seniors, those seniors that are single, to receiving up to a maximum of $947. I think this is a great step forward for our current seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this afternoon to speak on Bill C-26, the Liberal CPP tax hike. Today marks the one-year anniversary since this government was sworn in. And in that context, I think it's appropriate at the outset to take a step back and look at the past year, Mr. Speaker, because it really hasn't been a pretty one. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, the economy has slowed. More and more Canadians are losing their jobs. In my province of Alberta, more than 100,000 people have been laid off in just the past year since this government came to office. The more than $1 billion surplus left by our previous Conservative government has turned into a massive deficit with over $100 billion in new debt projected over the next 5 years, with no end in sight to the red ink. Taxes are going up for hard-working families. The tax credit for families for children's arts and sports, gone. The universal child care benefit, eliminated. And the commitment to reduce the small business tax from 11 to 9%, you can forget about it, Mr. Speaker, because it turns out it's just another Liberal promise made and another Liberal promise broken in the long line of Liberal promises made in 2015 and broken in 2016.
Exactly.
And now, Mr. Speaker, we have this, Bill C-26, a massive Liberal tax hike on hard-working Canadians. You know what it's going to do, Mr. Speaker? It's going to take money out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians. And you know how much it's going to take out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians? It's going to take as much as $2,200 annually out of the pockets of families. Mr. Speaker, think about that. $2,200. What is that going to mean for a young person who's just finished post-secondary education, who is starting their career? It means $2,200 less for that young Canadian to pay down their student loans. What about a young couple who is trying to put money down on their first home so that they can attain home ownership? Mr. Speaker, it's $2,200 less for that young couple. What about the family that wants to save for their children's post-secondary education? $2,200 taken out of their wallets. Per year. Per year, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's $2,200 less for Canadians to save and invest in TFSAs, tax-free savings accounts. Mr. Speaker, speaking of TFSAs, let us not forget that it is this government, this Liberal government, that is responsible for reducing and rolling back the amount that Canadians can save in TFSAs from $10,000 back to $5,500. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very, very difficult to swear. On the one hand, this government's assertion that this CPP tax hike is about savings when it is the same government, Mr. Speaker, that has rolled back the opportunity for Canadians to save in TFSAs. That's this government's record. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the reason for that is that this CPP tax hike has nothing to do with savings and everything to do with paying for this government's out-of-control spending. Now, Mr. Speaker, what is this going to do? What impact is this CPP massive tax hike going to have? Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance projects that it's going to result in reduced employment, a reduction in Canada's GDP, reduced business investment, reduced private savings, and reduced disposable income for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, those aren't Conservative Party projections. Those are the Department of Finance's projections. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business projects that as many as 110,000 jobs will be lost due to this CPP Liberal tax hike. 110,000 jobs. You know, on this 1 year since this government was elected, they have dug Canada into a hole in just 1 year of more than $30 billion without creating a single job. And now they want to kill 110,000 jobs with this CPP tax hike. Mr. Speaker, what does Bill C-26 seek to achieve? What problem does it seek to solve? Mr. Speaker, I would submit that that's really the million-dollar question. Because, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that Canada's retirement system is the envy of the world. According to the Department of Finance, the average Canadian senior is earning 91% of the median Canadian. That's well above the OECD average of 84%. Mr. Speaker, according to Statistics Canada, the number of Canadian seniors who are living on a fixed income has drastically decreased over the last many years. It was at 29% in 1970. It's now down to 3.1% today. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians are saving like never before when it comes to planning for their retirement. In fact, since 1990, the percentage of income that Canadians are saving has doubled from 7.7% in 1990 to 14.1% today. It's no wonder, Mr. Speaker, just about everyone is panning this Liberal CPP tax hike, including none other than the Honourable Judy LaMarche, the cabinet minister who was responsible for presiding over the implementation of the CPP in 1964. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I say there isn't a problem for Canadians when it comes to savings, but this government does have a problem. They have a problem by increasing spending and increasing taxes, and frankly, Canadians have had enough. They can't take it anymore. It's time to defeat this Liberal CPP tax hike, defeat Bill C-26.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from St. Albert, Edmonton, for his usual passionate remarks. I've got a couple of questions. Number one, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton told this House that the Honourable Judy LaMarche, who brought forward this plan, would have been against, or is against it. Now, Judy LaMarche died in 1980, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask if the honourable member for St. Albert's Edmonton somehow went to a psychic, had a card reading, and somehow spoke to Judy LaMarche from beyond. Secondly, the honourable member for St. Albert's Edmonton said that this young person would suddenly see a contribution increase of $2,200, making it sound like next year he would go into the workforce, or she would go into the workforce, and $2,200 would magically come off the paycheck. Given that contributions only start increasing in 2019 and are phased in over a multi-year, 7-year period, can I ask at what year this $2,200 hike would come into effect, and what would the salary of this young person have to be in order to reach the $2,200 hike?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for Mount Royal, and as I was getting passionate in my speech, I meant to say that Judy LaMarche would have opposed this legislation, not that she actually has said that she opposed this legislation. And in that regard, the quote that I was looking at prior to making that misstatement is the following from Judy LaMarche, who said, quote, CPP is not intended to provide all the retirement income which many Canadians wish to have. This is a matter of individual choice, and in the government's view, should properly be left to personal savings and private pensions, unquote. I would suggest this government could learn from the pronouncement of Judy LaMarche.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for... I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. It's the Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to compliment our colleague from St. Albert Edmonton on his passionate speech. His speech about stats. And here is one statistic that came out today, Mr. Speaker. The unemployment rate in Calgary is double-digit today. 10.2%. Yes. A rise from 9.3% in 4 weeks. It has gone from 36% above the national average to 46% above the national average in just 4 weeks. To the honourable colleague, what is happening in Alberta that is causing these drastic numbers of unemployment?
Well, member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you to my friend, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood, for that question. And indeed, the situation in Alberta is dire. And unfortunately, nothing that this government is doing in the way of policy is helping the situation. We saw after the government was elected, when the Prime Minister sat on his hands when President Obama killed the Keystone Pipeline. Then the Prime Minister killed the Gateway Pipeline to prevent Alberta Energy from getting to market. Now we see the Prime Minister with a massive carbon tax that he seeks to impose on the people of Alberta that even Premier Notley says isn't acceptable at the present time. And now we have a massive job-killing CPP tax cut. This government, when it comes to helping the situation in Alberta, simply has all of the wrong priorities.
We have the time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech on the CPP. I know the Conservatives love to call this a tax, so for semantics, let's continue calling it. I was wondering if he could tell this House of any other government tax that exists that pays retirement benefits at age 60 or 65. I'd like to hear that. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the problem with this Liberal CPP tax hike is they want to tell Canadians how to save and when to save. Yes. Our previous Conservative government provided Canadians with flexibility, including making voluntary CPP contributions. And in addition to that, of course, our government worked in a targeted way to support seniors who are most vulnerable by increasing the GIS.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to participate in today's debate, particularly after my friend from St. Albert Edmonton, and it's always hard to follow him, but I will do my best. I would also like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, as so many other members have, to thank all of our veterans across this country and all of the members of the armed forces on this eve of Remembrance Day, being the last time that we have this opportunity in this chamber before this year's celebrations. So, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Pension Plan amendments are something that are important for me to talk about because I think they are an example of cooperative federalism that has really succeeded. The Canada Pension Plan was originally started in the 1960s when we saw the fact that we had a lot of seniors that were moving into poverty after they left the workforce. And at the time, it was unclear as to who had jurisdiction over pension plans. There was a feeling that this may be purely a provincial jurisdiction. So in the era of cooperative federalism, the provinces worked together to adopt a constitutional amendment to allow us to set up the Canada Pension Plan and later allowed Quebec to have its own plan that was similar in nature to the CPP. Today, this year, we recognized another problem with the plan. We saw that based on what we had all seen over the last many years, we still had a number of seniors that were not poor in the years that they were working, they were solidly middle class, but they were moving into poverty as they retired from their jobs. And we needed to see an augmentation to the amounts contributed under the Canada Pension Plan by both the employee and the employer, and to raise the wage ceiling under the Canada Pension Plan over time in order to ensure that over 1 million Canadians, when they reach retirement age, would not become poor under the class of who constitutes, poor Canadians. That, to me, Mr. Speaker, is something that is important. And so what the federal government did is that we went to meet with the provinces. We went to talk to all of the provinces and secured agreement amongst 9 provinces in Canada to amend the Canada Pension Plan. That's not an easy thing, Mr. Speaker, to do. We have umpteen examples in Canadian history of federal-provincial negotiations that have gone awry, where the federal government was not able to convince the provinces to take action that the federal government thought would be in the best interest of Canadians. But in this case, the federal governments in all 9 provinces that participate in the CPP agreed to move forward, and Quebec also agreed to move forward with the review of its own pension plan. I think, Mr. Speaker, this speaks to cooperative federalism and speaks about the success story we can have in Canada when the federal government and provinces work together. I've also listened, Mr. Speaker, to the arguments brought forward by our friends in the official opposition as to why these changes to the CPP should not be made. Mr. Speaker, I am someone that believes that there is a dual obligation in this country. There is indeed an obligation to take care of yourself. I, Mr. Speaker, have had the luxury of having jobs that have allowed me to contribute the maximum to my RRSPs and indeed also to my TSFA every year. I do believe in individual initiative. I do believe it is a responsibility of individuals to take care of their own money and to contribute the best that they can to provide for their retirement. But as we know, Mr. Speaker, not all Canadians can do this because they don't earn enough, because they don't have that ability, and other Canadians, for whatever reason, seem unable to save enough for their retirement. As such, we have to come to a situation where there's a balanced approach. We've already decided, Mr. Speaker, over 50 years ago now, long before some of us were born, that the Canada Pension Plan was a good idea, that there needed to be a national plan, which, by the way, has much lower administrative costs than private plans, to allow the government to help Canadians to save for their retirement. That is not to say, Mr. Speaker, the government plays a nanny state or only role, but it is to say that we have all recognized that the government has such a role. If this is truly the case, then the government has the obligation and the responsibility to look at the current situation in our country, to look at what wages are in our country, to look at the fact that Canadian households have the highest debt ratio of any households in, I understand, the G7, and to say we have a situation in our country today that is problematic. Many Canadians are not adequately preparing for their retirement. Many Canadians are not making use of the RRSP contributions or the TSFA contributions. So what are we to do Mr. Speaker, in order to prevent in the future having even more cost for the state when we see more and more seniors joining the poor after they stop working. We have to take proactive measures. We need to take preventative action. I am very proud, Mr. Speaker, that we increased the senior income supplement by 10%. That helped bring many seniors out of poverty, but that is not a be-all and end-all solution, Mr. Speaker, because the goal is that most seniors shouldn't need that supplement, because most seniors shouldn't be that poor. People who have worked their entire lives, and Mr. Speaker, we're talking about Remembrance Day, well, at least I was, our veterans, Mr. Speaker. They built this country. The last thing we want to see is men and women coming out of the armed forces and becoming poor. But, Mr. Speaker, I see that in my riding. I see many of our World War II veterans who are now in their 90s, who are having trouble making ends meet. The president of our Legion even talked to me about how a number of his members have trouble affording medication and food. And that, Mr. Speaker, is very, very sad because the pensions that they're living on are not sufficient. So one thing that we can do is to proactively take steps to fix this. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my previous life as a mayor, I had the obligation of being part of our municipal pension plan. And it is true, Mr. Speaker, that pension plans in Canada are changing. We are moving from defined benefit plans to defined contribution plans. It is impossible for an employer in the private sector today to realistically say, I'm going to start a defined benefit plan. Because we see, Mr. Speaker, that with changing markets, these have become a death knell of many employers in Canada. I can say, Mr. Speaker, in my old life as a general counsel of a multinational, we would not purchase a company that had a defined benefit plan because a defined benefit plan was too risky in the private sector. So Canadian pension plans, fewer and fewer companies have these plans. More and more they're moving to defined contribution plans where we're unsure of the outcome in the end. And most companies being without plans, you find workers all across the private sector that do not have a pension plan when they retire. And so you have then two groups of workers. You have those who say, I'm going to save for my retirement and do my best to put money away, but are unable to do so for whatever reason, their kids' education, their house is, their rent or their mortgage is too expensive. And then others who are barely scraping by on the salaries they earn and don't have the measures to put money aside. So if we've all agreed the government has this role, and I think we do because I've never heard the official opposition say we should scrap the CPP entirely. All I've heard is we shouldn't increase the amount that we're contributing now because it's a payroll tax, it's a tax on employer, it's a tax on the employee. It is not $2,200 a year, by the way, but we'll leave that aside. If you agree with the premise behind having a CPP, then you need to look at it in the light of what is our economy like today, what people are being impacted by changes to the market today, meaning fewer companies having pension plans and fewer companies having defined contribution plans, the number of Canadian households in debt, the fact that average incomes and the cost of living is rising year by year, but the wage ceiling under the Canada Pension Plan has not been increased for many, many years. And then you need to take stock of that, and you need to say, well, we actually need to make a change. And we need to update the plan to bring it in line with where the Canadian situation is today. That is not to say that plans that allow Canadians to save money for themselves are not good. That is not to say that Canadians don't have responsibilities to govern their own funds and put monies aside, but we still need to help those who can't or are unable. And this, I think, is the right balance. The right balance in Canada is finding that place where the state intervenes to ensure the best interests of all Canadians are met. And in this case, the interests of Canadians are met by the fact that it will eventually cost the state a lot more if we don't take these actions to bolster the CPP, because there will be more and more people needing an OAS in the future. So what I think that we need to do is take stock of the fact that this is a necessary update.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Mont
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I have a very simple question for my colleague. How can he explain the fact that the debt-to-GDP ratio in Canada is what it is? Can he explain why the debt-to-GDP ratio in Canada is so low? The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. I thank my colleague very much for the question. Well, first of all, we managed the economy very well during the Chrétien and Martin years. During those years, we managed the economy very well, and it was in those years that this happened. And I'm not criticizing the Conservative government. I'm not saying that it was their government that was bad on the economy. I'm simply saying that this started in the Chrétien and Martin era. Questions and comments?
Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague from Mount Royal, and I certainly appreciate the warm welcome he gave me at the Justice Committee. I'm looking forward to working with him. I appreciate the fact in his speech that he mentioned the fact that, this agreement has come about with strong support from the provinces, which is key, because he went over the jurisdictional conundrums that come over with pensions. And I think what our colleagues in the Conservative Party sometimes miss the point on is that, our retirement system is based on 3 pillars. There are the workplace pensions, private savings, and the government CPP and OAS. 2 of those pillars are not doing so well, and now is the time to bring up the CPP. And yes, it's not going to have immediate effects. This is a long-term vision. But my question concerns the here and now, because as the NDP's critic for seniors, I'm concerned there are so many seniors still living in poverty. And the increase of the guaranteed income supplement was welcome, but there's still so much more to do. And so I was wondering if I could hear his comment on what the government's actions will be in future years to take care of those seniors, because the here and now is what is really desperate. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, and I'd like to also say how pleased I am that he is going to be working with us on the Justice Committee going forward. Mr. Speaker, this government and all of us, I think on all sides of the House, are very, very much committed to seniors. The increase in the guaranteed income supplement is one step, but so is money for social housing for seniors. And that is something that in our infrastructure plan we are committed to. And that's not going to be the end of it, Mr. Speaker. There are seniors that need home care, that are living in poverty. And I think that the $3 billion we talked about for home care for seniors will make an incredible difference. And I will love to work with the honourable member to find better ways to ensure that we take care of our seniors so that we agree with all parties to move forward with that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. One of the issues that we're dealing with here is decisions that have been made in the past that were clearly out of touch with what the future was going to bring. We had Conservative governments in Alberta and Conservative governments in Ottawa that failed to see the end of the energy economy, and in fact they doubled down on it, and at the same time neglected to diversify Alberta's economy, just as they're continuing to refuse to diversify the economy in Saskatchewan. We also now are in a situation where being out of touch with what the future holds for us is going to be dangerous, and 20 years down the road, we don't want to find ourselves in another situation like we are today. So maybe the member could talk about the importance of acting now to get those benefits in line.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal in 60 seconds or less.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague, and I don't want to impute blame to anyone. I don't think that it's useful for me. I just want to talk about why, as he said, we need to do something now, Mr. Speaker. I was lucky enough as mayor to recognize at one point that we need to update our municipal pension plan because the amount, the maximum wage ceiling had been set at $54,000 for 20 years. And as a result, management employees weren't attracted to our city anymore because the pension would not pay them enough in retirement. Moreover, we saw that existing retirees were having trouble. You always need to look at your plan based on existing circumstances and update, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for giving me the opportunity to say that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly an honour for me to be here today to speak to this bill and to the amendments that have taken place. And first, as many people have done, I'd like to honor our veterans. I will be in Red Deer for the ceremony, and then I'll be dropping into all of the legions that we have within the riding. And I'd also like to thank all of those people that will be participating in wreath laying on behalf of the federal government. I know that a great friend of mine, a veteran from the Korean War, Smiley Douglas, had done this for me for many years, and I certainly appreciate the great effort and the commitment and the honor that they do for us in order to present wreaths on behalf of Canada. One of the other points that had come up, and this quote had been presented in 2 or 3 different times, and I'd just like to read the quote. It said, the CPP is not intended to provide all the retirement income which many Canadians wish to have, that this is a matter of individual choice, and in the government's view, should properly be left to personal savings and private pension plans. This was from the Honourable Judy LaMarche, the Liberal minister responsible for establishing CPP in 1964. And many people ask me, well, how did you get your start in politics? And I talk about the political side when perhaps I had chosen a political party. But the reality is that I got my start in trying to understand the things that were happening in this country when the Canadian Pension Plan was being discussed back in the 60s. I remember going with my father to meetings. They could be in town halls or in basements, and the discussion was taking place. And of course, my father was in his mid-40s at the time, said, well, you know what, this is going to be great for me, but it's going to be awful for you, because you're going to end up having to pay this for the rest of your life, and understand that you are a self-employed person. This is the key approach that you use. Now, it's turned out that I haven't been a self-employed person for my lifetime, but you pay twice as much. You play both sides when you're a self-employed person. And so these are the kinds of things that I learned and recognize the importance of what is going to take place. And so that I think is something that I certainly do remember. And this date, when we are talking about the remembrance of those in the past that have gone before us, I know that my father passed away 6 weeks after I was elected in 2008. I think of him every time that I walk into this chamber, but I also think of the lessons that have been learned. And certainly the lesson on the Canada Pension Plan was something that was ingrained in me. And I guess we should really talk about what it is that they're looking for and what it is that this omnibus legislation is going to do. And it says over the next 40 years, CPP retirement benefits will rise from an income replacement rate of 25% to 33% of employment earnings. And to finance these benefits, the government will hike the CPP premium rate from 9.9% to 11.9% starting in 2019, which we might notice is not until after the next election. But I think the other thing to keep in mind as we continue to hear from the other political parties is we have to help the seniors. Well, they're not going to be helping the present-day seniors. They will not be helping the majority of the people that would be in this chamber because of the time and when this is going to take place. So there are some times and there are some things that you can do to help seniors, and there are some things that you can do to help people that are working so that when they are in their seniors years, they have something to fall back on. And this is something that was mentioned earlier by one of our colleagues, and that was, let's teach some financial literacy to people so that they understand. Well, there must have been some financial literacy that has been taught as we have reduced the poverty rate for seniors from the 29% that it was back in I believe the 1970s to less than 4% now. People are looking at what they are doing, and they're recognizing the importance of dealing with issues themselves. And the other point, as far as the financial literacy is concerned, I spent a career teaching mathematics. And one of the things that I always wanted to make sure that people understood is how they could look after their money so that they could deal with things themselves. And to deal with annuities, understanding that, to look at the way in which different tax credits were there so that they could do their tax forms, understanding. Hopefully, I believe that they probably could have went home and helped their parents finish these things off and to deal with them because of the important role that it was. The different investment instruments that they could deal with and how this would work and what they could do for themselves. I always use the concept of, well, if you didn't smoke, if you took this much every day and you put it in and you had invested that, let's think about how much money you would have at the end of the day. So, and then, of course, we would be investing it back into the government. We'd be paying our taxes and everything else that was associated with that. But, when they start realizing, well, that would have been a way to maybe come up with about $1 million for ourselves. And so these are the sorts of things that I think are important. They are the sorts of things that people should recognize. So when we talk about this and when we take a look at what it's going to do, and the question, and we look at those that would be at the maximum when this comes into force, $2,200, $1,100 for the individual, $1,100 for the company. Well, if you happen to be the company, that's $2,200 that's going to come out of what you could do to reinvest and to help yourself. So these are critical components that we have to recognize. And I've yet to hear anyone really talk about the self-employed and the plight that they are in, and especially when we look at what is happening in Alberta right now. When we look at the situation, we've just heard earlier how Calgary has hit the 10.2% unemployment rate. Well, Red Deer has been in that for a number of months, into the double digits. And this is something that right now, when we start to talk about where we're going to go in the future, this is where the difficulty lies. The difficulty lies in the fact that people have no confidence. We don't know whether or not we are ever going to be able to move our natural resources to tidewater. We look at people that are throwing sand in the gears, and it seems as though they are the only ones that are being hurt. The second aspect that we have to recognize in here is the tax burden. So we look at carbon taxes, and we look at the different types of things. In Alberta, there was a price on carbon, and the way in which it was set that that was going to be put in to help the businesses so that they could do their own reduction. If you go and make it a general carbon tax for anyone, it's easy. Let the government deal with that. We don't have to worry about it. So these are the kinds of things that could be done. But then, when you also consider the payroll tax, the cost that's going to be tied in right now, where then is the confidence? The confidence is going to other countries. It is not like 2008 and 2009, when even banks wouldn't lend to each other. The situation now is there is money, and there are dollars that are available, trillions of dollars that we have just with our seniors and our investors here in Canada alone. But we have to be careful. We have to recognize that if we continue to look at ways of discouraging entrepreneurs from doing the things that are necessary, that we are certainly going to be in a terrible situation. So, Mr. Speaker, and just in closing, I'd just like to point out some of the concerns that people do have. I could perhaps have gone through even a few more of the quotes that we have, and I'll just close on this particular quote. It says, whatever the reason might be to expand CPP, it is not to eliminate poverty. The poverty rate among seniors is now as close to zero as we can get. It's a little over 5% of seniors today still have an income below the poverty line. This was a quote that is from Morneau Shepard and the co-author with our Minister of Finance of the Real Retirement in the Financial Post of June 5th, 2016. I'd known it to be 3.7%. I don't know whether it already bumped up to 5% by the time they looked at it, but I know that we have done an amazing job and that we have all of the tools there for our seniors. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 11 million working Canadians do not have a workplace pension plan. There's also a fact, Mr. Speaker, today, when you go to the food banks, ask for the executives there, they say more and more working families are coming to food banks for support. When you combine these two facts, Mr. Speaker, we know going forward, a lot of these 11 million working families, working Canadians, will retire directly into poverty. We have to take action now so that when people become seniors 10, 15, 20 years down the road, we should be ready to support them. I didn't hear my honourable mention anything concrete that is going to help these kind of people who are going to become seniors in 10 to 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's 10 to 20 years, if we think about the investment, that is not particularly going to be helping people at this point in time. The major input and the major opportunities will be 30 and 40 years down the road. But we've looked at the damages that can be done over the next 20 years. And when you have companies taking a look to say, well, where are we going to invest? How can we be sure that we are going to have something in the future? And they see this type of a payroll cost that is put in to their companies. They are not, the big companies are not going to be coming in, but more importantly, and it's the point that I was trying to make, the self-employed are going already, people that will come in and work for them are probably in many cases making more dollars per hour than the person that owns the shop and is the self-employed person. And if we go and add this to the problems that they already have, we are really going to see a problem here in Canada.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I meet with my constituents, the fact is that there are fewer and fewer workers who have an employment-based pension with their employer, and when they retire, well, StatsCan has done a survey on this, and it's very clear that the poverty rate among seniors is worrisome, and the number of seniors who are living alone in poverty is hardly reassuring. I'm really concerned about the situation of seniors these days, and if the retirement benefits are not indexed, then the poverty gets worse year after year. So I really don't see how my colleague can be satisfied with the situation in recent years.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. I think there are so many other tools that are available instead of dealing with and causing problems for the economy. And, I feel for the people that go and speak to seniors, and I do that in my own riding, find seniors that will come and talk to me about the issues that they have. But the reality of the point is that there are only 3.7% of seniors that are actually below the poverty line. And we have tools for that. Our Conservative government increased the GIS that we had, and to their credit, the Liberals followed suit and increased it as well. These are the kinds of things, and we can target it. But we can target the support that we have for those that are in trouble, but only if we can keep the economy strong, and only if we can be assured that we are going to be able to keep businesses going here in Canada.
We have time for a very brief questions and comments for the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable friend, he mentioned earlier that he was an educator, and he talked about talking with his students and informing his students. And I would just like him to just expand on that a little bit, because many of the people in my riding, the younger people that I'm talking to, are looking at ways of self-funding their retirement. They're not relying on government. They know that it's going to be a problem later on, and they're self-funding. And I'd like to just expound on that a bit.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question. It is very important that we are able to teach young people and give them the tools that they need so that they can invest. And there are so many opportunities that are there at this point in time. And the world is open to young people. When we take a look at the way in which they communicate and the opportunities that they have, they need to have more financial literacy now, and a different type of financial literacy than people like you or I, Mr. Speaker, would have had. So this is what is critical, but we have to make sure that we keep up the hard work that is there to train people so that they understand what they have to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to address C-26, amending the CPP in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start off with saying that I don't think that the changes that are being proposed today will help today's seniors. The CPP tax hike that they're implementing today will only help seniors 40 years from now. And in the interim, it will do damage to our economy right here. Our economy right now is kind of in a shaky place. I know particularly from being from Alberta that We've seen double-digit unemployment rates, and we're seeing that unemployment in all sectors are being affected. I would like to say that this isn't just an oil price problem. This is a problem across the entire economy in Alberta. And I particularly want to push back on the idea that Alberta doesn't have a diverse economy. For anybody that says that Alberta's economy isn't diverse, I challenge them to come and visit my riding. Mr. Speaker, we have if there's something that comes from the ground or starts in the ground, it probably comes from my riding. I've got significant agriculture in my riding. I've got significant forestry in my riding. I've got significant oil and gas in my riding. And all of these things work hand in hand, round and round. I met with a constituent during the campaign, and I asked him what he did, and he said, well, that's kind of hard to explain. I said, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, my family's dairy farmers traditionally. We run a herd of about 120 cows. But he says, I also on the side, I got a mechanic's ticket, and I soup up Dodge diesel pickups on the side. So I have a lot of fun with that. That makes me about $12,000 a year. And I also service a number of gas wells in the area. So that I think that the story of this gentleman typifies the Alberta case, is that the entire economy is integrated. If you happen to work in one industry, doesn't necessarily mean that you only work in that industry. A lot of guys are doing multiple things. Typically in the oil and gas industry in particular is a lot of shift work. You're working for 2 weeks at a time, and then you're off for a week, or you're on for 10 days and you're off for 4 days, or combinations of such. And a lot of people will work their oil and gas job and have a separate commercial interest that they have going on their days off, essentially. And so when they see the oil and gas jobs being reduced, that affects every other sector of the economy in Alberta, because there isn't that. A lot of times they're self-funding another project that they have on the go. A common saying in Alberta is that we're funding our farming habit one way or the other. And so a lot of guys will either pick up a number of gas wells to be serviced in their area, or they'll drive logging truck. I know a number of guys that will farm. They farm year-round, and they also will drive logging truck in the winter. They already have a big rig truck. It's sitting in their yard, and they say, well, how else can I put that to work? And they can often get a commercial license, insure their truck, and go logging. And so in that way, they'll bring in some more income. And so these are just some of the things that show the diversity of the economy up in northern Alberta. Then we have all the spin-off that comes from the different diversity in our economy. And then we have the service industries. So we have welders. The welders will work for all three of these industries. Sometimes they'll be welding in one of the sawmills. Another time they'll be out working on one of the oil lease sites welding something, or they'll be welding for a farmer in some area. You have the hotel and restaurant will service all three of these industries. Then we have all the schools that are in the area that educate all the children that live in these towns whose parents will work in one of the three industries. We also, because we are one of the best regulated parts of the country, we tend to be on the cutting edge of the new technology, whether that be in farming, whether that be in the logging industry, or whether that be in the oil patch. I know that a number of the lumber mills that I've visited, they have said, hey, we were the first in the country to have this technology. So what they were talking about there is as the log comes into the mill, it's scanned, it's taken a picture of, and the computer does an algorithm on what the value is in that log. So whether they cut 2x4s or 2x8s or 2x6s out of that log, that's all planned by a computer as it comes through the gate into the mill. They said, hey, we were the first in the country to have this, and then because of it, that company that provided that to us has been able to go and sell this technology around the world. Same thing when it comes to the oil patch. The development of the flare stack technology and also the ability to create electricity off of what used to be flared. We developed that in Alberta, and now we go around the world and we sell that technology around the world. And so when people say, "Oh, Alberta should have worked harder to diversify their economy," I'd say, come have a look. Check out what we're doing in terms of engineering. Check out what we're doing in terms of the innovative farming practices. Come check out what we're doing when it comes to harvesting the logs. Mr. Speaker, our logging companies, they have a 100-year plan on how they're going to harvest the logs in northern Alberta, and it's fascinating to watch. It's amazing to see. All of this, right now, is in some. So we have the oil and gas is being depressed because of, for sure, oil prices, but also lack of pipelines. That's a huge problem for us. And our logging industry is under a couple of threats. We have the species at risk legislation and the caribou are causing consternation within the logging industry, as well as the softwood lumber agreement. And so these are other things that are causing instability in the marketplace, and people aren't really ready to invest and things like that. So we already have that. Currently, we also have about a third of the canola crop is laying underneath the snow right now, and this is causing a significant hardship for our farmers in the area. And our farmers typically don't have the margins to be able to pay significantly at the oil and gas level, and so they typically pick up oil and gas workers as well. So all these things are kind of worked in together, and we're seeing that the three major sectors in my riding have significant instability. They're not willing to, or they're not able to invest right now because they're unsure of where we're going to go. Then on top of all of these things, Mr. Speaker, we have a Liberal government who's now putting an extra burden on all of these employers and employees by bringing in a new CPP tax hike. This CPP tax hike is going to make it more expensive to hire people, but it's also going to cost more for the current employees as well, which we're looking at in northern Alberta right now. We're looking at a lot of companies are surviving with zero margin. If they can get their costs out right now, they're happy to come and do the work. And in some cases, they're doing the work at a loss just purely to keep their guys so that when the price comes back around, they'll have the good guys that are working for them. But all of this, what this CPP tax hike will do right now is drive the costs up even higher, make it more difficult for our companies to survive through this economic downturn, and it will do nothing for seniors right now. And this is exactly the entire reason why the Liberal government is bringing this in right now, they tell us, is to help seniors. We need to help seniors right now. This isn't going to help them.
Not at all.
It's completely preposterous to say we're going to bring this in to help seniors and then say, but now this will only help seniors 40 years from now. It's incredibly frustrating to watch the government completely oblivious to the fact of what's happening in northern Alberta, and then throw this on there and then say, well, we're doing this to help seniors. I'm at a loss of words to say how frustrating this is. Mr. Speaker, I know that many of my colleagues have raised a lot of these similar points, and I hope that we can continue to do this. I do feel that the government should reconsider its position on the CPP tax hike and come back to the drawing board with something that will not be so detrimental to our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Question for my colleague from Peace River Westlock. I'm curious if he believes the CPP program itself is important, and if it is, should we make it sustainable for 100 years like his logging industry is? Or if he doesn't think it is, should we get rid of it, in his opinion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CPP is something that the day I got first employed was the first time I discovered that I wasn't allowed to take home all my pay that I I was like, oh, I made all this money. I did.
Yeah.
They said, Arnold, you're getting paid $5.90 an hour. That was minimum wage when I got first hired. And so I just did the calculation. I said, oh, I worked this much this month. I should get paid this amount. And they said, oh, no, you get CBP and taxes and all these kinds of fun stuff coming off there. So it was a bit of a shocker to me.
Real world.
However, retirement was not something that was on my radar at that point either. So it was something that cued me to say, hey, have a look at this. That said, the system is in place. A lot of people are relying on the system, and I'm not in any way advocating that we should get rid of the system. What I am saying, though, is that it is just purely one of the tools that Canadians are using to fund their retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Louis Saint.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I'm sure this is how he became conservative, because when we have that, we discover that, yes, there's a lot of money picking up of our pocket, and this is what the threat is with this bill. So I'm wondering, we'd like to have some comments of the colleague, because you may maybe not know, Mr. Speaker, but this gentleman is father of two, and I know what I'm talking about because I play with his two children this Wednesday, and they are very energical. But what I'm wondering what you think of the future for his children if this government pursues his attitude of picking more money in the pocket of the people instead of letting them give their own own preference and their own choices.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is precisely why I got involved and why I came here. I was not that into the whole what happens in Ottawa until I had children and had to look to the future. When you have children, suddenly the future becomes much more larger in your field of vision, and so that is precisely why I got involved. What is this government doing for our children? It is saddling them with a massive, massive debt that they will have to pay off, Mr. Speaker. And so I do, when I address the government, I do it often from the perspective of my children, and I do say, well, why do they not care about the children? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Taking away tax credits.
Okay, we have time for one more very brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, just a very quick question, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask the member why it is that he believes that here we have good, strong national leadership that has ultimately led to provinces in all regions of the country saying yes to this particular bill. Why is it when you have provincial jurisdictions and Canadians as a whole saying yes to it that the Conservative Party is voting against it?
In 30 seconds or less, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Canadians as a whole are saying that this government is spending too much money, Mr. Speaker. And when he says that they're bringing leadership, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business would argue otherwise, and they have said so repeatedly. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 13h30, la Chambre.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business according to today's order paper. Private members' business.
306, the Crimean Tatar Deportation Memorial Day Act, standing in the name of Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves that Bill C-306, an act to establish a Crimean Tatar Deportation Memorial Day and to recognize the mass deportation of the Crimean Tatars in 1944 as an act of genocide, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to begin the debate on my private member's bill, the Crimean Tatar Deportation Memorial Day Act. It shows the terrible depths to which humanity can fall. And it's a reason why this House is again taking up debate on a matter of genocide. It's not the first and sadly not the last time that we'll consider events of the past and decide whether or not we'll come to denounce them as genocide. It's a topic on which Canada has been a world leader. We've signed and ratified the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. That's a statute enacted after the Second World War. Article 2 of the statute defines genocide as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such: A, killing members of the group; B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group; C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part; D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group; E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Canada has made several recognitions in the past. Most recently, this House passed a motion proposed by my colleague, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill, recognizing the ongoing genocide waged against the Yazidis by ISIS. The recognition that's most relevant to Crimea was raised in 2008. This House declared the Holodomor as a genocide. It was the forced starvation of Ukrainians in 1932 and 1933. That historic act of recognition was a result of the hard work of my colleague, the member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. That legislation brought about Canada's first official recognition and denunciation of an atrocity committed by the Soviet Union and masterminded by Joseph Stalin. It's therefore fitting that today we should discuss the terrible crimes committed by the Soviet Union against the indigenous people of Crimea in 1944 and their relevance to what has happened in Crimea in the last 2 years. We cannot separate the deportation of 1944 from Russia's theft of Crimea from Ukraine 70 years later. The same evil ideology and disregard for the fundamental rights and freedoms of every man and woman is at work. It's a regime that tore more than 200,000 people from their homes and dropped them in a remote part of Central Asia and started a war with a peaceful neighboring country in order to steal territory. That's why the preamble to this bill draws attention to the renewed persecution faced by the Crimean Tatars in occupied Crimea. It categorically states that Canada will never recognize Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. But first, we must turn back 70 years to the deportations. In May of 1944, the Soviet Army reconquered Crimea, which had been under Nazi occupation since 1943. The Soviet Army was not a liberator for the Crimean Tatars, though. They arrived bearing an order signed by Stalin, condemning them, their entire nation, to exile. On May 18, 1944, Soviet secret police forces, the dreaded NKVD, began rounding up Crimean Tatars at their homes. They were packed onto cattle cars and sent on a long journey to Central Asia, thousands of kilometers away. Many left with little more than the clothes on their backs. Their homes, livestock, possessions, all gone. Anyone who tried to escape was shot. For many, the trains were deadly because many Tatar men were away serving in the Soviet military. The deportees were predominantly women, children, and the elderly. Many of the latter two succumbed to malnutrition and dehydration, or the diseases that quickly spread in the overcrowded cattle cars. Those who made it to their place of exile were greeted by nothing. There was no food, no accommodation for anyone. Lacking shelter, clothing, and virtually all of the necessities of life, it's estimated that almost 20% of all the Crimean Tatars died in 1944 and 1945. Stalin intended to remove the Tatars from history, too. Following the deportations, towns in Crimea were renamed, mosques were destroyed, and books in the Crimean Tatar language or about them were burned. Famously, their entry in the great Soviet encyclopedia was removed. Now, what possible justification could there be for this action? Well, Stalin accused the Crimean Tatars of treason against the Soviet Union. but tens of thousands of Crimean Tatars had just risked their lives fighting for the Red Army against Hitler. 8 were even decorated with the Soviet Union's highest award for bravery. After 1944, that history was deliberately suppressed. The Crimean Tatars would remain confined to exile in Central Asia for more than 40 years. Their homes were given to settlers from outside of Crimea, their language was banned, and their children were forced to study in Russian. Conditions remained harsh even after Stalin's death. In 1956, the Tatars were officially banned from returning to Crimea. In 1967, the Soviet regime rescinded its own false treason charges against Tatars, but it maintained the ban on them returning to Crimea. It even denied that the Crimean Tatars were a nationality at all. Only time collapse of the Soviet Union brought an end to their exile. In 1988, the survivors, who had held on to their identity, language, and culture, began moving back to Crimea. They did so because the Soviet Union was now just too weak to stop them. There were late recognitions by the Soviet Union and Russia that an injustice had been committed. True. But the Crimean Tatars have never been compensated by either state for the loss of life, property, and liberty that they suffered in exile. Mr. Speaker, I don't expect to find much disagreement in this House that the events I've described constitute genocide against the Crimean Tatars. Indeed, it was always clear that the Soviet regime intended to destroy the Crimean Tatars as a nation through exile and banishment. However, in turning to the present, we can see that 1991 was not the end of the Crimean Tatars' pain. The country that the Crimean Tatars returned to in 1991 was the newly independent Ukraine. Conditions were poor there, with a very weak economy and limited employment or housing available, but they were home in Crimea, and Ukraine was tolerant. They formed their own representative bodies, the Majlis and the Kulrultai, and some of their leaders were even elected to the Ukrainian parliament. Earlier this year, I had the honor of meeting one of the great Crimean Tatar leaders, Mustafa Dzhemilev, as did a number of my colleagues. Mr. Dzhemilev is a longtime member of the Ukrainian parliament and a former chairman of the Majlis. He was deported to Uzbekistan when he was just 6 months old. As a young man, he was expelled from university for joining illegal Crimean Tatar underground movements and was arrested for refusing to join the Soviet army. He spent 15 years of his life in the Soviet prisons for peacefully resisting the communist regime. At one point, he conducted a hunger strike for 303 days. He lived only because he was force-fed. Dzhemilev is celebrated as a dissident and a freedom fighter by his people and by much of the world. But today, he's exiled from his homeland again. After the illegal Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014, the Crimean Tatars are again under threat. Their elected representative body, the Majlis, has been banned as an extremist organization by Russian authorities. Many of their leaders, such as Mr. Dzhemilev and his successor Rafat Chubarov, have been banned from Crimea. These stories of exile, return, and renewed pain are common to many Crimean Tatars. I recently met another survivor of the deportation, Aisha Setmuratova. She was 7 years old when the secret police came for her family in their village outside of Kirmach. Aisha grew up in Uzbekistan and tried to study her people's past. When she was a graduate student, the KGB seized her research documents and sentenced her first to house arrest, then sent her to a prison colony in a remote part of Russia. She fled for the United States in the late 1970s. She returned when the USSR collapsed and opened a home to care for seniors in Crimea. She's remained in Crimea under Russian occupation, always a thorn in their side. She told me that at 80 years old, having survived deportation, exile, and prison, She's not afraid of the authorities. She has already seen everything they can throw at her. But others who have tried to resist from within Crimea do so at great peril. The deputy chairman of the Majlis, Ilmi Umerov, was confined to a psychiatric institution and was only released after international pressure was applied. Another deputy is in prison. So-called activists have disappeared without a trace. Crimean Tatar media outlets have been closed, including the ATR TV network. Tatar language schools have been shuttered, and mosques have been vandalized. Gatherings to remember the 1944 deportations have been banned in every year of the Russian occupation, though many defy the authorities. These acts of persecution and marginalization directed against the Crimean Tatars are an echo of 1944. They are being carried out by the regime of Vladimir Putin that no longer bothers to hide its nostalgia for the Soviet Union. Indeed, they are even rehabilitating Joseph Stalin and doing so to torment his victims. What other explanation could there be for building monuments to the dictator in Crimean cities like Yalta and Simferopol? The chasm between Putin's plan for the world and the Ukrainian wishes for their country could not be greater. Tatars are now fleeing prosecution to other parts of Ukraine, and almost 10,000 have done so since the illegal annexation of Crimea. In 2015, Ukraine's parliament officially declared the deportation of 1944 a genocide. They've issued a call for the rest of the world to respond, and I would like Canada to answer. I'm pleased that in the short time since I introduced this bill, I've already received the support of the Canadian Association for Crimean Tatars, the League of Ukrainian Canadians, the International Committee in Support of Ukraine, and many other individuals. And just this week, I received letters of support from Mr. Jamilev and Mr. Chubarov, along with the support of Aisha Isimuratova. I'm especially honored to have the support of the Crimean Tatars people's representatives themselves. Mr. Speaker, now is the time for this House to take action to show our support for the Crimean Tatars. We have clear, irrefutable evidence of a genocide planned and executed by Stalin's regime in 1944, one that didn't truly end until the Soviet Union collapsed. We understand these events are the textbook definition of genocide, acts committed with the intent to destroy an ethnic group through inflicting such terrible conditions that would lead to the group's destruction. We know very well what's happening to the Crimean Tatars today in illegally occupied Crimea at the hands of Putin. We're a loyal friend of Ukraine. It was a peaceful home to Crimean Tatars for more than 2 decades. Canada has never hesitated to make our nation's position clear. Whether it takes 5 months or 50 years, we'll never recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea. Mr. Speaker, this House needs to make our position officially known to the world. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his motion and his speech. And what I would like to do today is just acknowledge that in our present day we do have recourse with international courts for present-day atrocities. And it is the distant historical matters, such as my honourable colleague's motion is about, that really do rely on the political process. And so given the nature and the scale of the crime that is surrounding this motion here today with the Crimean Tatars, does my friend not believe that we should be focusing our discussion on that historical atrocity? And does he also plan to table any reports or evidence that can go along with this documentation on the Sergeant-Lick genocide?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do have to look at the past, but it is absolutely linked to what's going on today in Ukraine. It was a terrible thing that happened to the Crimean Tatars. The deportation was horrible, but they are still suffering, Mr. Speaker, and I truly believe that you have to link the past with the present to make the full impact of this. And by recognizing that, indeed, it was genocide, we do have to keep both in mind, the past and the present.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a third-generation proud Ukrainian and a member of the Ukrainian Parliamentary Friendship Group, I thank this member for the work that he is doing. And I'd like to ask, have other countries recognized the Soviets' atrocities and genocides besides Canada? I wonder if you can tell me roughly how many.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, other countries have. I mean, the forced famine in Ukraine, I believe, has been recognized by 13 countries. This genocide of the Crimean Tatars have been recognized by Ukraine. So Canada is being challenged to be the second to recognize this genocide.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'll just rephrase the question that I just asked. So because we are not dealing with present-day atrocities, which do have their own recourse in international courts, we're dealing with a historical genocide. Are there any supporting documents that will be going into the archives along with this motion for the history of this important event? Will he be tabling any of those?
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker, it's well known that this atrocity happened. You don't have to do too much hard digging. It's well recognized that these people were deported. It's well known that there was an attempt to eradicate them, essentially, and that is a historical fact, and certainly there's been a lot of documentation doing it. But I think that we really have to key on the fact that this is not ended. This is still now going on. People are not welcome in Crimea. We have a member of Parliament who cannot go back to Crimea. This is scandalous, and it shows that the history is repeating itself.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Do we have a point of order or a discrepancy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to talk today about Private Members Bill C-306, an act to establish a Crimean Tatar Deportation Memorial Day. Let us remember this tragedy. In 1944, the Soviet authorities forced the deportation of a large number of minorities across the Soviet Union. This bill seeks to remind us all of the horrific number of deaths and suffering that hundreds of thousands of Crimean Tatars underwent as they were expelled from their place of residence in Crimea. This continues to haunt the collective memory of Crimea and reinforces their profound attachment to their peninsula. Canada strongly condemns the discrimination and deportation undergone by the Crimean Tatars in 1944 under Stalin. The Soviet regime committed an affront to Canadians because this is an affront to all the values that we share. The fundamental right to be immune from persecution and to go their own way in the world. These fundamental rights and liberties were refused brutally to a large number of Crimean Tatars. This would give voice to those who were expelled from the Crimean Peninsula and those who died. This is why this government wants to underscore this day on May 19th, 2016. We are very strongly in support. History can also serve as a guide for future initiatives. The Crimean Tatar tragedy underscores an important principle of Lord Acton. We judge the greatness of a state by how it treats its minorities. Canada is a great country, a free country, and its greatness is largely due to its Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms enshrines in the law the protection of minority rights. Section 15.1 of the Charter states that every individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to the equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, or mental or physical disability. This principle of equality and protection for all, this principle of human rights, seems so normal for Canadians, but unfortunately, it has constantly been undermined in history, and it still is in today's world. We are gathered here as parliamentarians because we want to make improvements in our communities, in Canadian society, and worldwide. And when we look at the world, we see that too many tragic situations still prevail, and the universal protection of human rights and the recognition of their inalienable character for each human being represent concepts that can seem very far away. We see around the world that numerous human beings are repressed, tortured because of their religious faith, that they are harmed because of their sexual orientation, that they are abused because of gender, and killed because of the color of their skin. There are too many governments that practice hate propaganda and that refuse to admit the humanity that they share with others. Here in Canada, we know that we are stronger because of our differences and not despite them. We know that we are all born equal and we all enjoy human rights. Therefore, it is up to Canada to defend human rights. Our government is characterized by a solid and robust commitment to human rights. More than ever, human rights need advocates, and Canada is in a better position than most countries to be at the forefront of this battle. This government is working proactively and tirelessly to defend the position of Canada in terms of human rights on the international stage. We are forging a more stable, safe, and prosperous world by interacting with it instead of withdrawing. Here are some examples. Canada is now calling for clemency with regard to Canadians who face execution abroad. If Canada does not fight to protect the lives of each of its citizens, it is not doing its fundamental duty to protect its citizens. We have announced that we will ratify the UN optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture. Torture is a scourge that must be eliminated. We have shown on many occasions that this barbaric practice is not effective and provides misinformation. It serves no purpose except to inflict suffering. We've created the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion because human rights must be treated as a whole, and because our awareness-raising efforts are more productive when we defend all rights abroad. We have given all our heads of mission abroad the goal to act as advocates for human rights and the tools to do so. Their letters of mandate underscore the need to promote human rights abroad and to defend them. The acts that they will carry out will inspire many people across the globe. We are putting in place a new strategy across the government to address the crisis in Iraq and Syria by tripling our training mission, and we will be investing $1.6 billion over a period of 3 years in that region. We had promised to grant out of this amount $158 million for humanitarian work and to stabilize Iraq. Daesh is a perversion of Islam, an accumulation of hate. It's an affront to everyone, and we will work with our allies. We also support the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights through a contribution of $15 million in new core funding over the next 3 years. We have reaffirmed our commitment to empower women by granting $16.3 million for women in the Middle East and in North Africa. The world cannot be fair when half of its population does not have a fair right to equal opportunity. Thanks to its efforts in the present, our government is getting results. Our contribution is important. Thanks to the promotion of human rights, the rule of law and justice, Canada is paying tribute to the heritage of Crimean Tatars, a brave and resilient people whose strength of character is an example to us all. We must never forget their suffering, and we must continue to commemorate May 18th. But it is not enough to think about it. We must act. By promoting human rights, Canada is seeking to avoid that such another of this type of tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Or resuming debate to the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Vice Chair for International Human Rights, I rise on behalf of my caucus in support of this motion and to speak to its intent. Determining which historical events should be considered genocide rather than, say, a crime against humanity or a war crime is not a clear-cut matter, and no agreed-upon formal process exists. For atrocities that are committed during the present time, we have recourse to international courts and tribunals, but these bodies typically do not involve themselves in distant historical matters. To prosecute present-day crimes, investigators amass evidence, build cases against individuals, make formal charges, interview potential witnesses. In effect, the formal machinery of justice is set in motion. Sadly, no such machinery exists for genocides that may have occurred in the past. The process, in fact, is entirely political. As we know, where accusations of genocide are made, the details are often hotly disputed, particularly when dealing with an event in the distant past. Over time, partisans develop and wield oftentimes radically different versions of facts. Parliaments get involved, bills are passed, resolutions are supported declaring a particular event to be a genocide. Curiously, this is often done without investigations being conducted or reports being tabled, or even without first establishing an agreed-upon definition of genocide. What one needs to do is secure a vote. It is a curious process when you think about it. Yet genocide is a profoundly serious matter. When we seek to designate a particular event as a genocide, we are compelled to exhaustively research the subject. We should consult the very best legal and historical experts available. We should carefully weigh all evidence and testimony. Genocides are such a grave matter that we, all of us, have a responsibility to the past and to the future to get it right. We have an obligation to the truth that should transcend present political considerations. One thing a debate about genocide should never be is a cynical political outreach tool by partisan interests to woo important demographics within one's country. Genocide is defined in Article 2 of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide as acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. We are debating this bill today due in large part to motivation on the part of the Parliament of Ukraine. In November of last year, the Ukrainian Parliament recognized the mass deportation of the Crimean Tatars by the Soviet regime in 1944 as a genocide. and they established May 18th as an official day of commemoration. Subsequently, Kiev has been urging the parliaments of allied nations to adopt a similar official day of recognition. And here we are today. While researching this bill, I noted that among mainstream independent historians, consensus does not exist at this time as to the events of 1944 constituting genocide. And let me be clear, what was done to the Tatars in Crimea in 1944 is a crime of abominable dimensions, and certainly the NDP will be supporting this bill. My remarks should be interpreted more as a lament about process. It's a lament that we, the international community, do not have a less politicized way of determining what is and is not a genocide in respect to historical events. Parliaments are not ideal places in which to determine such matters. This, in fact, was noted by Canada's current Foreign Affairs Minister during another debate about genocide that occurred in this chamber last spring. One curious thing I noted while reading over the text of this bill is that it spends almost as much time enumerating the alleged crimes of the present-day Russian Federation as it does of those committed in 1944. In fact, much of this bill reads like an indictment of Vladimir Putin instead of Joseph Stalin, and this is unfortunate. The scale of the forced expulsion of the Tatars of Crimea in 1944 was horrific. Horrific enough to merit its own debate here. We should resist the urge to use a debate about a possible genocide that occurred in history as a pretext to point narrative against a regime we dislike in the present, no matter how awful that regime may be. The victims of 1944 deserve better. Their descendants deserve better. So let's take a moment and look at the history. In April of 1944, Soviet forces regained control of the Crimea from its German occupiers, who had controlled it for 2.5 years. The reconquest was hardly completed when the Crimean Tatars were deported en masse on a largely false accusation of having collectively collaborated with the Nazis. In a matter of 3 days, approximately 180,014 Crimean Tatars were deported from the peninsula. Adjusting for natural deaths, historian Michael Rukin calculates that roughly 42,000 Crimean Tatars perished as a result of the deportations by May of 1949. Other historians place the number considerably higher. Social anthropologist Greta Ulling has stated that Stalin's systematic erasure of the Crimean Tatars was holistic in nature. Crimean Tatar place names were changed to Soviet ones, mosques were turned into movie theaters, or worse, homes, livestock, and gardens were given away, and mention of Crimean Tatars was deleted or abbreviated from reference works. Crimean Tatars were not allowed to reside in, speak of, their homeland. It wasn't even possible to preserve a Crimean Tatar identity in personal documents. Due to the sweeping nature of this ethnic cleansing, the remnants of the dispersed population are not considered a diaspora, but a population in exile. In fact, the term Surgun is used by the Crimean Tatars to refer to the deportation. It means expulsion, as well as exil in Turkish. By extension, Surgun refers to violent expulsion and the prolonged exile. Since 1944, the Surgun is at the center of the Crimean Tatar collective life, and consequently central to their identity as Crimean Tatars. In more recent times, the Tatars of the Crimea almost uniformly opposed the Russian Federation's annexation of the Crimea in 2014. Since this time, according to Amnesty International, Crimean Tatars have faced repressive measures, from media outlets being shuttered to activists being arrested and disappeared. Tatars have not been allowed to publicly commemorate the Day of Remembrance of the deportation. In April of this year, and confirmed by their court in September, Russia banned the Majlis, the Crimean Tatar Assembly, accusing it of extremism. As a result, anyone involved in one of the more than 250 local Majlis across Crimea risks arrest. For Tatars, these circumstances are understandably associated with the events of 1944. Indeed, in the minds of Tatars of Crimea, a straight line can be drawn from today all the way back to Catherine the Great's takeover of the peninsula in 1783. Sadly, relations between the Crimean Tatars and the rest of the Ukraine have been less than ideal through the years. One could even describe them as tense. It's striking to me that though the Ukraine has been an independent state for 23 years prior to Russia's annexation of the Crimea in 2014, it made no effort over this time to formally recognize the 1944 ethnic cleansing as a genocide. Better late than never, I suppose, because politics are politics. To conclude, let me clearly stress once again, USSR dictator Joseph Stalin's forced expulsion of the Crimean Tatars in 1944 was one of the more heinous criminal acts committed during a century brimming over with such crimes. By my reading of Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, this
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure and an honour to rise today to speak on Bill C-306. And I have to thank my colleague, the member from Edmonton, Griesbach, for his hard work and research on this bill and for the work that he's done with the Tatar community across Canada and indeed even in Crimea itself. You know, it is unfortunate that these horrific events have occurred over history, but I think it is the responsibilities of us as parliamentarians today to recognize these human rights abuses, to recognize these genocides, and to commit ourselves as parliamentarians to making sure that we're on the record in condemning those actions. You know, one of the greatest speakers that I think ever graced a Westminster Parliament was Prime Minister Winston Churchill. And he said, those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And what we're doing in Bill C-306 today is looking at the atrocities that were committed and perpetrated by Joseph Stalin, the NKVD, and the Soviet Union and all of their thugs in orchestrating this genocide against the Crimean people, but also relating it to how history is repeating itself today in the Crimean Peninsula under the leadership of Vladimir Putin, as he tries to systematically degrade and reduce the ethnicity of the indigenous people of Crimea, the Tatars. You know, I've had many opportunities to travel to Ukraine, and I've had many opportunities to meet these great people here in Canada and in Ukraine. And I can tell you that the Tatars are just some of the gentlest, most beautiful people that you'll ever speak to, and represent no threat to anyone. They cherish what they have, and yet through history, especially under Russian and Soviet rule, have been targeted and murdered through various acts carried out by Russia or the Soviet Union. If you just want to look at what happened under Joseph Stalin and his communist regime, it doesn't only include what happened in 1944. Shortly after the Bolshevik Revolution, the Soviets denounced and refused to recognize the independent Republic of Crimea, of the Tatars. And they then went out of their way to start using food as a weapon. Now, I'm quite proud of the fact that this Parliament unanimously supported my private member's bill in 2008 to recognize the famine of 1932-33 in Ukraine and other areas of the Soviet Union, the Holodomor, as a genocide, and that we would have the last Saturday of last Saturday of every November as the National Holodomor Memorial Day. Now, it is very important that we recognize the fact that there was more than just the famine of 1932-33. There was the famine of 1920 and 21, 32-33, and there was another one that was conducted in around 1954. In the first two cases, Holodomor 1920-21 and 32-33, the Crimean Tatars were targeted, and they suffered greatly. In the Holodomor of 32-33, where we saw roughly 7 million people in and around Ukraine that starved to death in about 15 months, what we witnessed on the peninsula and what has been clearly documented is that half the Crimean Tatar population were starved to death, that their homes were raided and invaded, that all their food stocks, all their farm livestock, all their produce that they had, anything that they had canned or put into storage was taken out of their homes, taken out of their villages, and they were forced to starve to death, a forced famine. You move on to where we are today, looking at what happened in 1944, the mass deportation that occurred in a time span of 2 days, where over 32,000 NKVD agents of the Soviet Union loaded up every man, woman, and child and confiscated all their property. They put them into cattle cars, onto trains, onto barges, and deported them to gulags in Uzbekistan. Over 100,000 of them, almost 50% of them, starved in that journey. And the rest of them were forced to work in forced labor camps in the gulags in Uzbekistan. This is, by every definition that's out there, constitutes a genocide. Historians have written on this as being ethnic cleansing. This was targeted against the indigenous people of Crimea. They were targeted based upon their religion. And as it was already noted in speeches today, that they took over their mosques, the Russians converted them to theaters, they took all their homes and handed them over to those that were faithful to the Bolsheviks and the Communist Empire, and ultimately what we have is a genocide. If you look at Raphael Lemkin, the individual who coined the term genocide, an individual who lived through and witnessed the Holocaust, where he lost 49 of his own family in the Holocaust, who witnessed the Holodomor and spoke about Holodomor at great length as the Russification of the Ukrainian people. And that's exactly what was happening in Crimea, and he also witnessed this. And that helped him inform his opinion on what constitutes a genocide. And as it's already been read in, but Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention of the Punishment on the Crime of Genocide, 1948, as authored by Raphael Lemkin, who was a Russian subject before the Holocaust, got out of Poland and has some family members in Lithuania and were able to get to Sweden and ultimately to America. But it says it's killing, there's different ways to look at it, but you're being targeted because of your national, ethnical, racial, or religious groups. So we're talking about the Tatars, religion, Muslim. And of course, we're very much a minority based upon their religion. Their ethnicity, and their, as being the indigenous people there, were Tatars. And again, they were the minority in the region. And so the five main things: killing members of the group. Well, they killed half of them, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to the members of the group. I tell you, you pick up everybody, throw them onto trains and barges, and move them down into Uzbekistan. You are causing mental and physical harm to them, especially when you starved them along the way. Their physical conditions were greatly diminished. deliberately inflicted on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Definitely was done by the Soviet Union. And then there's two other parts, but as long as one of those 5 sections is met, in this case 3 out of the 5 are met, this is nobody should question that this was not a genocide perpetrated by the Soviet Union. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize the fact that history is repeating itself today in Crimea. And what we see from Vladimir Putin and the Russian regime is a little more sensibility, that they haven't gone out there and just started shooting Tatars on the street, but they have definitely put many of them into actually having to leave the country. And as was mentioned, the leader of the Crimean people, Mustafa Zhamelov, who is a member of parliament in Ukraine and who has been the president of the organization for the Crimeans there, has been forced into exile. We see that also with Rifat Chubarov and other Crimean leaders. They've gone in, the Russians have first thing they did, they shut down their freedom of press by shutting down their papers and radio stations. Then they shut down their political ability to work together, the Mezhele, their parliament. That was closed. And then the Russians made sure that they can no longer even go to their mosques to gather. So no freedom of association, no freedom of political affiliation, no freedom of religion. So we need to recognize the fact that Vladimir Putin is trying to, again, repeat history. And as Winston Churchill said, we have to make sure we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. And this is our opportunity to take a stand and make sure that we keep Russia in check and not appease them in this manner, and stand up for the people of Crimea and the people of Ukraine.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise in the House to speak. And on this particular issue, there's a great deal of willingness to attempt to understand the situation. For me personally, someone that comes from Winnipeg, we have the Canadian Museum of Human Rights there, and if you've had the opportunity to visit this facility, you'll see that the whole issue of genocide, along with a multitude of different types of human rights, which is actually well displayed, and it's quickly becoming a world-class museum. It's one of those sense of pride things that we have, or jewels that we have here in Canada, and happens to be located as a national museum in the city of Winnipeg. Issues of this nature, I can assure this member and all members of the House and Canadians as a whole that we have a government that is truly listening at this stage and will continue to do so. I rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-306, an act to establish Crimean Tatar Deportation Memorial Day, known as Surgunlik, I believe is the proper pronunciation, day. Surgunlik, yeah. I thank the member. On May the 18th of every year, people across the world are reminded of the widespread suffering and exile inflicted on the Crimean Tatar population under the Soviet Union, Mr. Speaker. Soviet oppression included the curtailment of Tatar cultural rights, the outright persecution of their intellectual class, and the deaths of thousands of Crimean Tatars as a result of sweeping purges and the collectivization of agriculture. As a part of the widespread deportation that took place throughout the Soviet Union in the 1940s, the entire Crimean Tatar population, representing, Mr. Speaker, 1/5 of the entire population of Crimea, was forcibly expelled from the peninsula in 1944. The deportation was undertaken as a form of collective punishment for alleged collaboration with the Nazis, Mr. Speaker. Despite the fact that tens of thousands of Crimean Tatars had served in the Red Army and fought bravely against the Nazi occupation, in the 3-day period between May 18 to May the 20th, over 200,000 Crimean Tatars were given a mere 30 minutes to gather their loved ones and possessions before being loaded onto cattle cars headed for Central Asia, Siberia, and the Urals. Tens of thousands would die en route, never to see their homes again. Those that survived the transport were faced with the prospects of forced labor, squalid living conditions, disease, and starvation as they began their new lives in these remote settings. Mr. Speaker, owing to these conditions, large numbers of the Crimean Tatar population died during transport and within the 5 years that immediately followed their resettlement. The great loss of life, disruption to their culture, and the prevention of their return to home was an atrocity that this government rightly condemns and that we must never forget. Somehow, exiled Crimean Tatars managed to build a life, but it was never complete because it was culturally, spiritually, and emotionally disconnected from their homeland. Home remains Crimea, and it remained as such in their hearts and minds, creating a renewed sense of national identity among the Crimean Tatars and a deep-seated connection to the Crimean Peninsula, Mr. Speaker. In 1989, after nearly 5 decades, Crimean Tatars were finally allowed to return to their homeland, but the scars still remain, Mr. Speaker. Stalian's actions in Crimea were an affront to the common human values we all share, the fundamental right to live free from persecution and to chart our own path in the world. These fundamental freedoms were denied to many, but few more brutally than the Crimean Tatars. The world must never forget the tragedy that befell the Crimean Tatar population. That is why this government commemorated this day on May 18th, 2016, just earlier this year, Mr. Speaker. We fully support the creation of a memorial day for the Crimean Tatars. By recognizing this day, Canada pays tribute to the Crimean Tatars. We are reminded of the horrors they suffered, but also inspired by the indomitable will and the resilience they have shown and demonstrated. Despite the unimaginable burdens inflicted, they persevered, and while they carry the burden of the past with them, they stand tall today, and their culture is thriving. They are unbroken, Mr. Speaker, a people who demonstrate humanity's fortitude and inspiration for all of us. By acknowledging their tragedy, we also are reminded of the values we must fight to protect, the values robbed from them under the Soviet regime. Of particular note is the respect for justice and the need for a rule of law. In a world where these values are increasingly under attack, they demand for our protection. The only way we can deliver justice is to follow the very best standards, I should say, of it. That is how we honor those who were viciously denied justice and how we demonstrate today's through our convictions, our principles, and our will. And so we must remember that when we look at the bill before us now, of course it is easy to issue a political declaration, but politicizing justice is not the answer, and it is not the Canadian way. Justice is not served when we presume to prejudge the outcome of the necessary and eventual investigative and judicial process. The victims of the Crimean Tatar deportation and their families deserve what was robbed from them, and that starts with the rule of law, Mr. Speaker. While we have various pieces of this tragedy, no independent international investigation has in fact taken place into the events of 1944. The legal test to be met for genocide in international law is a high one, and we support an investigation and the collection of evidence towards the determination, but if we prejudice it now, we undermine the law. We can help repair what was taken only if we follow the legal path that was denied, which includes proving beyond reasonable doubt that such atrocities were perpetrated as a part of the campaign to destroy, in whole or in part, an identifiable national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, Mr. Speaker. We therefore take seriously the need to rely on factual history, evidence, and expert determination on whether the deportation of Crimean Tatars meets the threshold for genocide as laid out in the 1948 Genocide Convention. For this reason, Canada, like our international partners, including the United States, Mr. Speaker, and the European Union, has opted over the years to mark this anniversary through official statements and on the forced deportation. This government is committed to remembering this historical tragedy and to protecting the rule of law. That is why, when it comes to the genocide, this government has sought and the most rigorous application of the term according to the law. Horrifying situations such as this require a strong memorial and a testament to what was endured. Canada will do that, Mr. Speaker, but it is not for the politicians, even with the best intentions, to change what is uniquely legal terms such as genocide. Surviving Tatars and their families deserve the due diligence of a thorough investigation done by an independent body. That is the proper way to make a determination of genocide. This approach is respectful both in preserving the integrity of the legal definition of genocide and to the historical memory and tragedy of the deportation of the Crimean Tatars. Meanwhile, this government does not lose sight of the ongoing challenges facing the present-day community of the Crimean Tatars and of the responsibility of the international community, including Canada, to act in this regard, Mr. Speaker. I have, like the member opposite, had the opportunity to travel to Ukraine over the last little while, and one of the most touching moments I experienced was when I was in the city of Kiev and having a tour of the Holodomor Museum, an issue in which I raised shortly after first being elected, I must say, Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg North. I understand deeply why it is Canadians as a whole look in terms of abroad at some of the horrific actions that have been taken and put into place by governments. I believe that what Canadians as a whole want us to see is to see a government that really wants to follow the rule of law, to make sure that what we're doing is right and just. We understand many of the things that have taken place, and we understand the importance of investigations. Understand that there is a need to act, and I was quite pleased, for example, when we had the little girl put on that stays in front of the Holodomor Museum in Kiev. Now a replica of it is in front of the Manitoba legislature. I see my time has expired. Thank you.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Monday, November 14, 2016 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28-2 and 24-1.